And today is a very special day. I remember, last year, like it was just yesterday, where we came your way with a Vodafone Skills Fair, and a lot of you joined online. We gave you the opportunity to learn from people who are doing amazing things in their fields of environment and endeavors as well. And we're back again a year later to do even more. Now, when it comes to young people, I know that Vodafone is very, very passionate about young people in the country and across the continent. Why? Because as it stands now, Africa has the youngest population all across. I mean, the continent with the youngest population, about 40% of Africa's population is 15 years, and below. And so that means that a lot of young people require that direction and that helps so they can also level up, which is the official hashtag that we're working with this year as well. And so it's good to have you join us. My name is Bella, and I'm here on behalf of Vodafone. I must say a big thank you to the CEO, to the HR, the entire team for asking me to come back to spearhead this conversation again. We're on till 5 p.m. and we're bringing you some spectacular personalities. If you're ready for Stoneboy, let's see that. Of course, I can't see because you're watching me online, but whichever way, Stoneboy is going to be here. We have Amayal Deborah, and he's done this for a decade or so of, running content online and ensuring that he turns that into a career. We're going to ask him questions about how he was able to also level up and still remain as relevant years later as the #1 blogger in the country. But even before we get into all of that, we cannot start this show without having the CEO of Vodafone Ghana join us with her keynote speech. And so if you're ready, let's say hello to Madame Patricia Obona. She's the CEO of Vodafone Ghana with over 20 years working experience in the telecoms industry. And she's the first Ghanaian female to be appointed CEO in Vodafone. And so it's good to see you again, ma'am.
To see you, Bella. Hello, everyone. I'm well, thank you. Looking good in your Vodafone shirt.
Should I join Vodafone already?
You're welcome.
my CEO is also watching, just in case. But anyway, I would love to. But what do you have for us today?
Let me say a very good afternoon to all of you. It's a delight to have you back on the Vodafone Virtual Skills Fair. Last year, we decided that as part of our commitment to the youth, we're going to introduce this platform, and we are back again this year. The speakers have been carefully selected to help you to make a very informed career choice. Unemployment is still high in Africa. It ranges between 3% in some countries, but as high as mid-30s in others. Graduates are being churned out, but the job market cannot absorb all the graduates. So what do? This is why organizations like Vodafone decided that we would take up the responsibility of helping our youth to get new skills, to understand the future of work, and to prepare for this future. Today, Vodafone has quite a number of platforms. A number of you have been here for your internships. I'm expecting the next batch of national service people to join us. But that's not all. We have a graduate program we call the Discover Graduate Program. And every year, we bring in graduates, we pay them, and we train them. And after that, they join the workforce. We have a very exciting program also called the Female Engineering Scholarship Program. So we go across the universities and we bring in female engineers. We help them through school with some scholarship. They come here for internship, for their national service, and we offer them job employment. And for some who have not been able to stay here, they have moved on to other great organizations and are working. There's one program that really excites me and touches my heart, and that is what we call the Reconnect. So sometimes a number of women will take career breaks. Some will travel with their husbands, they go outside the country, and when they come back to Ghana, they really don't know what to do or where to fit in. Vodafone Ghana creates the opportunity for you. We allow you to come in, you work for about 6 months, rediscover, build new skills, and decide what you want to do. And it's great to see some of them actually re-embedded in the organization. You don't even have to have worked for Vodafone in the past. You can still be part of our Reconnect program. I am so happy to announce that our coding program is going to happen again this year. And guess what? It's virtual. It's 1,000 girls. I know my HRD is rolling her eyes already. She says she do have 1,000 girls that we will train from 7 years to 18. I'm sure we can move the age a little. It's going to be free. It's 3 days. All you need is a device. If you don't have a device, get mommy and daddy's device and just follow our pages. You'll get the link, you register, and we will train you. Today promises to be amazing. I will stay online, and I'm looking forward to listening to all our great speakers. So enjoy the session and level up.
Definitely enjoy the session and level up. And so this is the part where we boogie a bit. You've had a
Last
whole
year
year.
we
You've
danced,
had a
this
whole
year-
year to at least, fix the dancing problem a little bit. So,
Are you going to teach me?
oh, I'll teach you.
Okay, let's
I'm
do it.
very horrible, but I'll teach you. Don't worry. I've learned a few things. Can we get some music? If Stoneboy is coming, we might as well play something from Stoneboy. Or do you want Ichoke? So we do the
Oh my
Ichoke.
God.
You don't know the Ichoke challenge too?
Bella.
Oh, Madam CEO. We'll figure it out.
Let me try
Any music
before.
that we have, anything at all. Anything that we have, we'll dance. But of course, if you're watching us right now, this is the Vodafone Skills Fair. And I'm so honored to be standing next to the CEO of Vodafone Ghana. And I'm going to be teaching her a thing or two when it comes to dancing. Do we have it? Well, do we have the music? Not yet. Maybe we should wait and do that later. Will she still be with us? Okay,
Yes,
she'll
I
still be
will.
with us. But thank you so
Thanks
much.
for having
Thank
me,
you.
and all the best.
All right.
Thank you.
Definitely. Now, we have quite a number of activities for you today on the show. And so we'll be speaking to one man who's very good when it comes to investment and financial literacy. He's been doing this for many years, and today he will be here to tell us why it's important to not only save, but invest your money. But that's not all that we're focusing on today. We're also going to be talking about creating and building digital presence for your business. We have a career clinic, and we also have a winning attitude with Stoneboy. So Stoneboy is going to have a session with me, and we're going to be talking about how he's been able to still continue to level up up until this point. Gone international, still releasing all those top hits. I mean, it's a big deal. So look forward to that, and that should keep you on, aside the fact that there's a lot you're going to learn on the show today. It's a skills fair, of course, courtesy Vodafone. But before we get into that, let's hear from Honorable Ursula Owusu-Ekufo. She's the Minister of Communications and Digitalization. She'll give us the opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Vodafone Ghana, for this opportunity to join you virtually for this very important session. We would want to urge all our young people who have joined us online to take this session very seriously. For our speakers and mentors who would also join us, we say a very big thank you for sharing your space with our youth. The pandemic has taught us various lessons. It has showed us that technology, once you decide to use it, can do so many things, whether it's in the health sector or it's in the agri sector. We would encourage you all to take up opportunities in these sectors by using all the digital skills that you can acquire. I know these sessions would cover things like how to brand yourself online, how to be secure online, how to probably do e-commerce, because the world is now a village. You can trade wherever you are, and people can have access to your goods or services. And we would want to encourage you to also set up your own businesses so that you can also create employment. Vodafone Ghana has partnered with the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization over the years in our various initiatives. From our Girls in ICT programs to our upcoming programs like the ICT for pensioners programs, our programs for people with disabilities, our tertiary students programs where we have the opportunity to train them on things like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, machine learning, big data, and all our incubation programs. We have our Accra Digital Center where people with creative ideas are supported to make sure that they are successful when they decide to scale up their business ideas. We partner with Vodafone Ghana to do these initiatives. We thank you, Vodafone Ghana, for all these support over the years. We would still encourage you, the youth, to take up this space. pay attention, ask questions, be relevant in this space. Don't just while away the time and do nothing useful. Please pay attention, ask the questions, all the things that you would want to be. This is the right space for you to be. We are all on standby to support you. The government of Ghana has various initiatives for the youth. Please look around, ask questions. Where government can come in to support you, please let us know. There are so many programs ongoing that you can be part of. If you have further questions for the ministry, please let us know, and we are on standby to support you. Thank you, Vodafone Ghana, for the space. Thank you for supporting our youth. Thank you for making them digital citizens. Thank you for making them secure online. Thank you to our vendors and supporters for this opportunity. And we all look forward to meeting you soon to make sure that you are successful. Thank you for this opportunity.
Speaking to us as well, and that is the Deputy Minister of Communication and Digitalization, Honorable Ama Poma Boateng. Of course, she spoke on behalf of the minister herself, and she said something. Pay attention, ask the questions. This is the right platform for you to learn. And of course, she's grateful that Vodafone is giving back to young people, and that's what the Vodafone Skills Fair is all about. And as we're learning from people who have also walked this path and have endured the challenges, and they have also enjoyed some success, I hope that you take down some notes and use that to better yourself wherever you are. Speaking of which, we have a man who's been in this industry for so long. And when I talk about the industry, I mean talking about everything that happens in Ghana, whether it's entertainment, it is business, sports. I think I've seen him tweet a few things about sports as well. I was wondering, does he even watch football at all? But he's here to share his life story with us and to let us understand what are some of the hurdles that he had to jump in order to get to the level that he is today. He needs no introduction, because if you've ever read any blog post or anything from ameyadebra.com, then the man and the brain behind it is here, Ameya Debra. It's so good to see you.
Good to see you.
And I was saying that we meet everywhere.
Yeah.
Well,
this is about the third time we're meeting this week.
I think so.
Yeah.
But that means we're impacting, and that's the most important. And your story is very beautiful. But let's talk about branding and what it means to create and build a digital presence for your business. First of all, how would you describe your brand?
Well, I think it's a brand that is built around me. I started a couple of years as a mistake, I think, or as a joke, when we were looking for a name for our domain, and we jokingly said, let's do ameyadebra.com, which is my name. And I think it has, to a large extent, directed me or led me to where I am, because even when I am creating content, I think through it and say, you're leaving a mark. Everything you're putting out there is in your voice, it's in your name. So what kind of content are you going to want to be associated with? And so I think from that very early stage, it helped to where I am now. So I think it's a brand that reflects my personality, what I like. Even if it's about writing about entertainment, it starts from where it's content I like before I give it attention for it to even travel to the readers. So. But
that's the thing. How difficult or easy has it been separating your personal brand from the brand that you've built online?
Yeah. Well, it's not easy. Also because everything has been built around me. But I mean, aside of what I do, I wouldn't have been of any interest to the public, and so. I find it difficult to separate the two. But I mean, once the public shows interest in what I do, then I have to keep up and let everything else reflect.
But that's the thing. So if I'm starting a business, I want to sell something. Why is it so important to create a digital presence for my business? Can't I do that and still have my clients and do everything privately and still make my money without necessarily going online and letting people know what I do?
Well, I think looking at the times we are in, it's very important that you have that presence online. Being online gives access to people, give people access to your product, and they are able to find you, and sometimes you realize that it's not enough for us, for instance, having just a physical store, but it's also important that you're present in the faces of everybody, so that I mean, I've been doing some work, and sometimes all I do is go on Instagram and type glasses, and then I see people that I could probably use. So it's become digital space has become an avenue for people to really connect, and not just that. With that presence, you are able to tap into getting feedback from perhaps your customers and all of that. Whereas if you are just perhaps having a store and somebody comes, buys it, the person goes home and you don't even connect again. But here they find you, they're able to share that feedback with you, which is also very important. So I think it's very, very essential that people find presence in the digital space, and not just that, control the kind of image that they build, so that people can associate them. Yeah,
okay.
right.
But where do I start from then? Because I'm wondering, is it Instagram, is it Facebook, is it Twitter, and what do I need to do in order to get that presence?
Well, for me, I don't take any of the platforms out, because you realize that each one of them have their own strengths, and you must be present everywhere to see and know how to use each of these platforms to serve the best purpose. And so for me, for a start, I tell everybody, be across these platforms and grow your presence. Let people find you. Let your audience see you, and then grow with you. I think platforms like Twitter is really good for more of feedback and customer sort of relations. Whereas Instagram, Facebook are more built to sort of give you that plus in terms of marketing, because you have tools that you can use to get that presence, and just the look and feel also allows you to sort of sell yourself a lot more if you are a brand. But then it also depends on the kind of business you're doing and how you play to each of these.
Should I run along and get a website immediately I start a business? Because we may be talking about Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, but then the digital world goes beyond just those platforms. There's even LinkedIn, there's Pinterest, and then there's a blog, which you run, and a website as well. Do I need to have all of these in order to get my customers?
Well, it also depends on the kind of business you're doing. At some level, it would be good to be across all platforms, but in reality, you also once you start running, you realize you only need some more than others. And I think at every level and in whatever space you find yourself, one will be of more use than the other. So internet is good to have a website. It's always good.
But it's expensive to set up, by the way. Let's let people understand that sometimes
it can be.
Cost.
It also depends again on what you're doing. For instance, if you run a service like, say, Vodafone, where you're answering queries and all of that, then the kind of things you need at the back end is a lot more than somebody who is perhaps just selling a bag. So on every level, what is required would depend on the nature of the business.
But it is crowded. Amaya, you know that. I mean, I'm sure from the time you started up until this point, you can't even count the number of bloggers there are anymore. And people who are putting out stories, churning out stories, whether they're false, whether they're true. And then there are other industries as well. And everybody wants to be seen. So they're putting out their business and ensuring that if there's competition, I'm number one and I want you to choose me. If I'm now starting, or if I've been there for a while, I still want to level up. How do I go about, managing to stay afloat with all these people doing probably the same thing that I'm doing online?
I guess perhaps that's where the personal branding comes into play, because the kind of brand identity you create will sort of set you apart from the rest. It would also let the audience know that this is what I'm going to get from you, I won't get elsewhere. So right from the beginning, it's important to create that identity you want to have, so that by association you get the right audience, and then you grow with that. So I would say personal branding or branding becomes a good differentiator. And I think, yes, even in the space I find myself, it's very crowded, but I'm sure that, and it's true, sometimes I go onto Facebook or Instagram, and in the feed, even without seeing who has posted what, if I just see the content, in my mind I can tell the person who posted it. And then when I scroll up and I see it's indeed from this person, I'm not surprised. So I think once you create that identity for yourself, people would always come to you for that particular thing. And that's how you can sort of stay. And also, it's also learning and improving upon yourself. So what I started doing years back is not what I'm doing. Even this video we are producing, we try to improve the quality, look at different angles of creating that content over a period. So I think reinventing yourself also helps in the space I find myself.
So don't keep doing the same thing. Over time, you also have to level up. You have to go higher.
Because just like you're saying, leveling up, things change, times change. And so you also have to change with the times and know, like, there's a cool way of saying, know what's up, you know.
Yeah, you need to know what's up. That's important. But send your messages and your questions in. I'm sure if there's time, we'll be able to ask Amaya a few before we move on to the next level. But how do you know you have arrived? Like, how do you know that my business is doing well? Because a lot of people also post their products online, and they come back and complain that I only got followers, I only got likes, but it didn't translate into, you know, people buying or purchasing, you know, or requiring my service necessarily. How do you know that you've built a solid online digital business that people want?
Yeah, so the numbers is a basic starter. So you know, people are seeing what you're offering, and there is some sort of demand for what you're saying. That will depend on the engagement you have with them, whether it's translating to sales and whatever other conversions there is in there. It's not easy. It's constantly, for instance, if you are selling shoes, you realize that even how you present it would connect with people on different levels. So, I mean, sometimes, I remember recently we did something about a wedding, and then the team used a different image. And then when I got a better image to use for that, and I changed it and reshared it, I realized that there was now more engagement because of that little thing. So, I tell people, especially those using social media, it allows you to do things very small, and then you gauge the impact, and then you grow with it. You don't just go all out, spending so much on that visibility, and then it's not working. Rather, if you have some sort of a promotional budget or a marketing budget, you spread it over time, you try new things and see what is working. And it's also important to also gauge that feedback, because you may be doing something wrong, you may be providing something, but you're not connected with the market the way you want to. And maybe somebody's comment might lead you in the right direction, and now you know what to do. So also look at what other people are doing, people in your space. What are they doing differently? What are they doing that you can pick up and add to what you're doing?
Won't it look like you're copying them?
No. I think this is where creativity comes in. Maybe you are selling a bag, for instance, and you're selling the same bag. Maybe it's just lowering your price that may make the difference and connect with a new sort of customer. So it's not easy, but you have to try different things, and yeah.
So I'm going to ask this. I didn't plan to ask, but I'll still ask you anyway, because as much as we're talking about how to, level up, how to do all these good things, I'm sure that there have been moments that you face major challenges, and you've even questioned why you're still doing this job up until now. Share with us one of those moments and how you were able to overcome that difficulty, and you're still doing what you love to do and still happy about it.
Well, I think it will be more something that's quite recent, maybe as far back as 5 years ago, when after leaving Pulse and leaving Yen, I decided to introduce Amiya TV, which is a video production part of my business. And I was so excited. I hired people, bought equipment, set up and all of that. And the first couple of months, it wasn't yielding any sort of effect, and the videos were not performing as well as we wanted it on, say, YouTube, etc. So I started doubting myself and asking whether I was doing the right thing. But how I got over it was to be persistent in terms of growing, letting people know that this is what we want to do. Because again, although we were producing content, sometimes it was news and entertainment, we're not doing like everybody else was doing.
Exactly.
So it was now important to let our audience understand what we were trying to do, grow with it, and see how it would be. So I guess consistently sticking to it made a difference. People started noticing what we wanted to do. The audience started growing. Now we had people also wanting to work with us in terms of business and paying for services and all of that. And until we are getting to a point where I'm like, we are arriving.
Have you not arrived already?
We are still
arriving. What again do you want to do, Ameya? But another thing I want to understand. So, I mean, there are always social media platforms that keep popping up. And so you think that 1 minute it's Instagram, everybody's going hard on Instagram. Then there's TikTok. And now you have to figure out how to also keep up with TikTok. Then there's another one as well. And a lot of people are getting overwhelmed. They're losing themselves because they want to go with the trend. And they feel like if I don't do that, all the eyeballs are going there. I need to find a way to keep my business relevant on these platforms. So maybe one platform suffers because they're ignoring this one and suddenly rush into that. Should we be swayed by what is in the trends at the moment, or should we just stick to what we're doing and ensure that we perfect it so that way our customers will stay anyway?
Well, for me, I would say it's good to be with the trends, but the trends must translate into benefiting what you're doing.
Okay.
So the fact that everybody is on TikTok, if you go there and you realize that, well, it's not quite your crowd, because everybody wants to do something funny and on there, and you realize that that's not what's connecting with you, that means you don't have to be there. It must always, you must, once the platform goes to translating to benefiting your business, then you should focus on that platform a lot more. So like I'm saying, you know, TikTok is buzzing. Yes, go there, but gauge whether it's giving you anything back and the value it's giving before you now put in more energy. So my advice is that see which platform is giving you. For instance, as I always use myself as an example, my highest following and everything is on Twitter. But
rather,
yes, it is on Twitter. But in terms of platform and the philosophy and everything, TikTok doesn't, Twitter doesn't help my blog, because yes, if I share a link, the people on Twitter, instead of clicking to go and read, they know it all, so they're rather discussing and sharing views. Whereas on Facebook, people would actually click. And so for me, Facebook, when it comes to using my blog, serves me better than Twitter does. So it's important to, again, understand the analytics and see what is working for you.
Interesting. Anyway, so I know Elizabeth Mensah is commenting. She says that we all copy, but you have to be creative. That is all. So have you had to copy from other people and be creative about it?
Well, yeah, especially with the website. A lot of the things, when it's around events and news, you don't create these news yourself. So probably somebody has it first, and again, you realize that even the headline I use may do the trick for me, and people will gravitate towards that content more than even the original person who perhaps came up with it. So it's important to be creative when you're copying.
Yeah, but don't get caught as well, because some people are looking out for a few of those tricks, and once you copy, they'll catch you and come and embarrass you. So please, but try as much as possible to be creative. I think everybody is blessed with something from within, and if you can harness that, you'll be amazing in whatever field you find yourself.
Yeah, and even how these platforms work in themselves. The fact that somebody has it and has posted it doesn't mean that you have the same audience, and so even when you post it, everybody has seen it already. That's the mentality I use when it comes to the blog, the news bit of what I do, and it always works. A few will say, oh, they've seen it already, and so it's no news, but majority of the audience will get to see it at different times based on all algorithms and other things. So,
absolutely. Yeah. Well, consistency is what Clara Rule is talking about as well, and she loves that about you, Amaya Deborah, and so keep being consistent. It's important. Also, Fresh Niela, you're not too late at all. Don't worry. We just started having a conversation with Amaya Deborah. We have a lot more people who are joining us later today, and if you're big on investments, you want to learn more about how to save and invest properly, we'll have that conversation shortly. But since Amaya Deborah is here, and he's been doing this for years, we want to find out how he's also been managing to save and invest and how that has worked for him, even before we get into that conversation. So we'll end with that maybe.
All right.
How has it been for you? Easy investing and saving, or you always have to plow back in so you're barely left with anything?
So I think it's a bit of that. I always invest what I have. I think the most recent investment that is different from what I started with would be the Amir TV side of what we are doing. And we always invest based on what we have, and we hope that it's able to grow and give us the returns that we want. But again, yes, in my own way, I've invested in people, as in hiring people and all of them, training people, and also setting up new projects that we are doing. So that's a kind of investment that I have personally been involved in.
Final words of advice to all the young people who are watching you online. We have so many of them. And yeah, they love you, by the way. So what would you say to them?
Thanks. I want to say thanks for all the support over the years. You've all added up to my success story. And my advice for you, especially those of you finding yourself online, is there are a lot of opportunities in the space. And very often I realize that as young people get distracted by all the fun and not so important things that trend. But I think there's so much opportunity within the digital space for it to go wasted on frivolous things. So find ways to use your presence online to benefit you, even if it's for basic knowledge. For those of you who are starting some sort of business, find how to connect and create marketability for what yourself and what you're offering. And yes, these are the things I would say since we are speaking about this space.
Digital brand, exactly, for yourself. And Ifia Babi says, Amaya, you are amazing. And I can imagine how you're stressing on that word alone because, of course, he's done an incredible job. How many years so far?
We are pushing towards
but
altogether around 17 years. We've done it over 17 years. Yeah.
Wow, how old were you when Amaya Deborah started? If you are 17 now, that means that you were now born when he literally started. But we've all grown to see what he's doing online, and it's incredible. All the best, Amaya.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. And yes, it's the Vodafone Skills Fair. We have more coming up, like I mentioned earlier. Quite a number of conversations that we'll be having. In fact, the HR herself will be here. We'll be talking about building a career and how you can also sustain your career. So don't miss that aspect. We're talking investment and saving. Enough of buying things on impulse. You need to learn to save if you really want your business to grow. If you really want to start that business or that dream, then you need to learn to save. How do you go about that? We'll get into that shortly. We also have some people who are doing quite a good job being entrepreneurs. They'll be here to share their stories with us so we can also glean from the experience. So this is the Vodafone Skills Fair. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, Maya. And remember, for every question, every comment you put out there, the hashtag is Level Up. Share the link. Let people know. If they haven't registered already, they should register so they can be part of this conversation. We're on till 5 p.m. and so there's enough time for all of you to tune in and learn from us. When we get back, we'll introduce our next guest and we'll have this conversation as well. Keep watching.
Sorry for the interruption, but due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided metal afemuntin carbohydrate namunshanenso for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe 80 pesos for kenke tamai and the cow 1 cedi 50 pesos.
You know what? Just get me water.
For sachet water, 30 pesos. For bottled water, 50 pesos. Oh, Moka has a Vodafone cash. I'm the free. I'm free. Metal.
Transfer charges. Bida. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy zero charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial *110# to send money today.
Hey, and you for Fufu. By this time. And as I want to be
Vodafone.
To data ebony day *700#.
BOY boy. Taxi. Ama is going home. Further together.
You can be part of a greater data world of endless possibilities on Vodafone. With the best value and amazing data offers and services in Ghana, you can now dream bigger, explore wider, go further, get more for less with Vodafone data.
We can do anything we put our mind to.
Vodafone. Further together.
Indeed, further together, we are winning together and we're winning with you. And that is what Vodafone is all about. It's good to have you still join us. And for those of you who just joined us, you're welcome to the Vodafone Skills Fair. We're live from now till 5 p.m. My name is Berla, and of course, I am your host for today. There are a lot of people who will be sharing their experiences with us, and of course, they'll give some advice on how you can remain relevant in your field of endeavor, how you can even go ahead and start a business, what you should know, the do's, the don'ts. All that is important for you. And speaking of which, there's a young man seated next to me. He runs a chain of businesses here in the country. He's doing an exceptional job, and he's going to share with us what it's like to be a CEO doing all the work. I was hoping that he would bring some of the food here so that whilst we're talking, we can be chewing pizza and things. But he came here with a book. How? Anyway, so Christian Boache Yiadom is a businessman, entrepreneur. He's a founder and chief executive officer of Seka Foods and Beverages Ghana Limited. And they are operators of Pizza Man, Chicken Man, chain of restaurants in Accra and Kumasi, Ghana. And as an entrepreneur, Mr. Boache Yiadom is passionate about young adults utilizing their talents. Do you know what my talent is? Chewing. Should have brought me some chicken. How you doing? Good to have you, though.
I'm good.
Everything okay?
Everything cool.
Business going well?
Business is fine.
Is a chiching coming?
What did you say?
The chiching.
We're managing.
Hey, you see, that's what they do. Meanwhile, when you go and check their account, plenty money in there. How's it been running this business?
One word, stress.
Oh.
Stress, and it's quite interesting. You encounter challenges every day, and then you find ways of solving them. I think that's what entrepreneurship is about.
Why do you say stress?
You don't have a life anymore. Yeah. The life and the business is fused together, so.
Oh.
Anything about you is business.
Not to, sort of disappoint you at this point, but he's being honest about his, his hustle, and that's what we're talking about today. But entrepreneurship, is that what you've always wanted to become, an entrepreneur?
Yes.
Always?
Always.
So when did this start for you? Was it right after school you went into it, or?
You mean with the Pizza Man, Chicken Man?
Exactly.
Oh, I started while I was in school.
While you were in school?
Yeah.
Tell us your story. How did this come about?
It was as a result of me trying to, make use of my social capital. I think I was in third year, KNUST, when I ran for SRC president. I lost and decided to make something out of the failure.
Wow.
Yeah, because people knew me, and I was like, man, I can't just let the name go waste.
With all the hype like that.
Yes.
What was your nickname in school?
Chris B.
Chris B.
Yes.
So you wanted Chris B to be a successful man, so that they'll see that even though you didn't vote for me for SRC president,
exactly,
I still made it.
And interestingly, I've employed most of the people who didn't vote for me.
Look at that.
So sometimes I go to the restaurant, I meet them around, I tell them, I didn't vote for me, but you see, you're working for me.
Pay them 100 Ghana cedis. You tell them there's punishment for not voting for me. Oh, but that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, if anybody had told you about entrepreneurship and how difficult it would be, would you have gone into it still? No?
No.
Why?
Even if I was shown a 10 seconds video of how it's going to be before, I would have...
You'd have said no.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of young people who are watching and hoping that they can also start their business. What's the first advice? Let's say I want to start a business. I've come to you and I know that you've done this for years. What is the first thing you tell me about entrepreneurship?
Okay. So the first thing I would tell you, you see, most people get business ideas and they feel there are no competitors. It's a big lie. There are two types. You have direct and indirect. Direct are those who are doing exactly what you are doing. And the indirect ones are those who can still achieve the same result by not using what you're producing or what you are into. So, you see, mostly when people get business ideas, they feel so excited about it. Oh, this idea is the best. But before you even think of doing it, someone is already doing it.
Yeah.
So that is one thing that we need to know, because there are times I come across people, they try to tell me, oh, I want to do this business, I want to do that business. And then I just tell them that, oh, okay, this is what you want to do. Then I further explain. And I tell them that, oh, I've thought about this before. Yesterday I was in Kumasi, I met one of my guys, and he told me he wants to develop a hostel app because he realized that students find it difficult getting a hostel when they want to get back to school. So when he mentioned it, I explained further and even told him the steps ahead, and he was like, how? And I told him, oh, I thought about this 3 years ago. So whatever business, whatever idea that you want to, bring into fruition, someone somewhere has already thought about it. So when it comes to mind, don't relax on it. Yes.
Don't relax.
I think I got the business idea 27 December 2017. And that very moment, I found the name within 10 seconds.
How did you find it?
Pizza Man, Pizza Man.
So you're just there, you're like, let me just combine the two.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then at that instant, I called a friend for a logo.
Oh.
Hayford, I need a logo.
You could afford a logo at that time?
Oh, Hayford is a friend. I mean, it was free.
Ah.
Yes, so Hayford, I need a logo. What for? He was like, you again? I said, yes. Because before the pizza, I was into sales of calculators, pen drives, sales of Nike and Adidas slides.
Okay.
I did a lot of businesses before landing on pizza. So he was kind of fed up. You again? I said, oh.
Why? Because those businesses didn't thrive?
They failed. Some of them failed. Some of them were not giving me the results I was expecting. So I had to switch.
So he said you again, but he still went ahead to do the logo for you.
Yeah.
At that point, did you have a strong conviction that this is the business? I'm going full throttle and I'm going to make sure that...
Yes. It just dawned on me. I wanted to see money every day. Because the other businesses I was into, they're kind of seasonal. For example, calculators. When students are going to school, that's when they buy calculators. Pen drives, when the semester begins, they buy pen drives.
Yeah.
For slides, when they come to school, the first 2 weeks, they buy. But then somewhere below the semester, it's not been patronized.
So this started more like a side hustle, if I may say.
Yes, it started like a side hustle.
How did you eventually turn it into a mainstream business for yourself?
You see, somewhere 2018, after our graduation, national service postings were out. I was a TA.
Oh, for KNUST?
Yes.
Lucky you weren't posted to Banchiasi somewhere to go and teach or anything.
Yeah, I was a TA, and I think before we started, we did a calculation annually. Realized that, our annual allowance is not even up to 7,000 Ghana cedis.
How much were you receiving then? Was it 559? Oh, now it's 799 or so. So
still not enough. Still not enough.
I know.
So after those calculations, and I compared to me selling just 9 boxes of pizza every day, and I realized I've been making a 40K if I'm to sell every day just 9 boxes, and that is so possible. And then I also thought of if I'm to sell 9 boxes,
40K
profit, not revenue.
Wait, 40K is 40,000.
40,000 cedis.
Ghana cedis profit.
That's if I'm to sell 9 boxes every day.
Oh yeah, but I'm still calculating from that point. That's still a lot of money.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, and then I also did another estimation that if I'm to sell 25 boxes, I'll be making about 150K a year. So if you're in my shoes, and you have national service to do 559, and you have the skill to do something else, to sell food, which is not so, how do I put it? You see, assuming a graduate selling food after school, it's not like you had a pass, you had first class, and you are selling food. You get it.
Exactly.
And you're a guy too.
Yeah.
So I just had to, at that point, I was interested in the money. I'm being honest.
Yeah, but I mean, every business is looking at making profit.
So I just had to do the two. But then I had my roommate, Eben, who is still my partner as of now, who opted not to even start his service. He was posted to National College.
Yeah.
So the plan was in the morning, he goes to the shop and open. When I'm done from my teaching assistant job, I'll join him at the...
Oh, so you actually did do your national service, not like you didn't
Yeah, I did for like 6 months.
But that's enough because they say that once you're able to cross 6 months, you've done it at
and
least.
At a point I got fed up because I realized the business needed attention. So I had to risk it.
When you say needed attention, what were some of the challenges?
There were several times I'll be in class, even will come and call me. The pizza sauce is finished. Because he doesn't know how to cook. I was a chef.
Oh, so you can cook yourself?
Yes. I started cooking from the room, myself, with Eben. Yeah. So he will do the organizing and I'll do the mixing.
Okay.
So you'll be in class, sometimes you'll be at the lecture hall, and then he will come and stand at the back of the class and give you a sign. Pizza sauce is finished. So sometimes you have to just, rush back to the shop. We had a small shop close to campus, so I rush back to the shop, I mix my things, and I get back to...
How were you able to get a shop? Because, I mean, if you're fresh out of school or still in school, where's the money coming from?
He raised their hostel fees.
Huh? Your hostel fees?
Yes.
I hope the parents are not watching.
They are watching, they know. I mean, I took so many risks, they are not so happy about it.
You used your hostel fees, so where did you sleep? You were perching? Did you perch? No, tell us the story. I mean, we have to be as real as
So possible. I had to talk to it wasn't a hostel, it was like a homestel. You see, in final year, after I was on campus till final year, I left to Kote, it's a place around Keynote.
Okay.
So during my final year, I paid everything in full. But during national service time, I had to engage the caretaker of the place that I'm having some problems. So he should give me some time, I'll pay him back.
Okay.
So we actually combined our hostel fees and other small monies that we got from friends.
To set up the business. Yeah. Wow. And you were able to make some money off it to pay back the homestay fees. That's very smart. How many people would take such risks?
Not many.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean go and use your school fees, by the way, please.
It's risky.
It is a risk.
Yes.
So don't play around with it. But if you have a conviction, a strong conviction that this is what you want to do and you're sure you're going to succeed in it, sometimes you need to take that risk. And that's what a lot of young people are not ready for.
Yes.
They want the glory, but they're not ready to take the risk. They're not ready to make the sacrifices.
Yep.
What do you say to them about this?
Gold has to go through heat before you see, the true gold. So if you're scared of the mud, then don't go for gold.
Then don't go.
Yeah, because it got to a point in our lives where we appeared like illiterates in a way. There were times Eben would be on Aboboya because we couldn't afford the truck. So there were times we had to convey items from our shop to campus.
Okay.
Raise a tent at Brunei Car Park. 2019, those there would attest to that fact. And, we just be working like laborers. We just dropped that degree and felt like we need to hustle to make the money.
Yeah.
And I remember those times, most of our friends came around and be like, hey,
no.
Yes, we appeared weird in their faces.
Yeah.
It was more or less like we have failed in life because our mates were done with school. Some of them are applying to do masters outside. And we opted to stay here and hustle.
Did you not feel a certain kind of pressure to also want to be like everyone else and maybe give up this dream because it was too difficult?
No.
Not at all? Not even one day in your life?
No, personally, I wasn't pressured. Okay. But then you see, every family wants the best for their award. So in 2020, I was asked to go to Germany to do my masters. I did for like 2 weeks.
And you came back?
I came back. I came back without their notice. They found out somewhere in December.
So you went to hide somewhere when you got back?
Yeah, I was in Kumasi and I was working undercover.
Why did you do that?
I love the business. I just wanted to make sure it works because I had a conviction it's going to work out.
Okay. How were you able to build your clientele?
From friends, immediate friends, and then my campaign those days was quite loud. I was supposed to win.
You were supposed to win what?
Yes. I don't know.
Someone sabotaged you?
I don't know. It was a shock to all the people.
Fear delegates.
Yes. You meet someone and then person be like, "Oh, Chris, I knew you'd win, so I didn't even go to vote because you were all over."
What?
Yeah. So I mean, my immediate friends, my classmates, those times I used to go to Pentecost. My church members. I was an usher in church too. Yeah.
Were you giving them for free?
No.
At the beginning?
No.
You were making them buy?
Yeah, they were buying.
Because
right from the onset.
A lot of people are under the notion that if you start a business, at least the first few people need to sample your product or your service.
Something was
so
there.
Give it for free, but then they don't know when to stop that freebie because your friends also get used to wanting free stuff from you.
Oh, I did samples early January 2018 when I started.
Okay.
I called a few friends, and that sampling was even strategic because the people who came to taste were people in position already. So I had the SRC Women's Commissioner, I had the College of Science Financial Secretary.
I didn't go to the grassroots?
No.
Why?
I needed to target them. If I get them, they'll give me contracts.
Strategy. I see.
So after the first sampling, I got a contract to supply 1,000 slices for an SRC program the following week.
Wow.
So that's how, yes.
And that's how it started. Unbelievable. I'm even shocked.
Yeah.
But you see, you have to have a strategy. And I hope that you're taking notes because there are a lot of things that he's dropping from his own experience, which you also should learn from. And so you should have a strategy. Yeah. But if I wake up this morning and I say, I have this dream, I want to start a business. Like you said, there are 1,001 people who have thought of that idea. And they're probably already implementing it. Yeah. What do I start with? Should I get a logo? Or do I start with sampling? Where do I start from?
You first need to do analysis of your business if it's viable. Okay. You see, so many people have defined what a startup is. I'd like to add a few of them.
Yeah.
There's this definition by is it Steve Blanks and Bob Duff.
Okay.
And they said a startup is a temporary organization that is looking for a repeatable, a scalable, and a profitable business model.
Yeah.
So before you even start, you have to ask yourself, is it profitable? Is it scalable? Can it be duplicated? Program will say a startup is a company designed to grow. So if what you are starting can't be scaled up, then it's a question mark. So before you even start, ask yourself, am I going to make profit? Yeah. And this reminds me of my business mentor who always told you that you have to use a calculator.
You have to?
Use your calculator.
How and why?
So, I mean...
You actually wrote, okay, your phone has a calculator.
Oh, I mean, he would just do the multiplication for you.
Okay.
So I remember some time ago, a friend approached me and wanted to do Uber business. I asked him how much is the cost of the Uber. He said it's 35K. I asked him how much you'll be making every week. He said like 400. I said, okay, so pick your phone. 400 times 4 a month times 12. And we're getting about 22K. Like, so even for the whole year, you're not making back the amount of money you're investing to buy the Uber. And this is an assumption that the driver will work every day.
Yeah.
There'll be no stories. The car will be in good condition. And this is not possible in our real world. So now investing 35K to get a revenue of 22K in 12 months. By the time the 12 months is up, now you're in Ghana, you know how our cities is moving. But by the end of the 12 months, that 22K is not even up to 22K. So you work for about 18 months to get the 35K back.
Yeah.
The car might not be in a good condition. That 35K would have devalued. It's not making business sense.
Yeah.
So before you even start, you have to do all these calculations before you start. But out of passion, you see, sometimes I've been a victim of that before. In 2018, I did an event at Micklin Hotel. I invited Kwabena. You see, I like business, so I invited Kwabena and Adina. A day to the event, Ebony died, may so rest in peace.
Aww.
We invested over 80K into that event, and I got just 6K at the gate.
6K?
Yes, madam.
Did you cry?
I don't know how I survived. And I was in final year.
6,000 out of 80K?
Yes.
Where did you get this 80K from?
Oh, madam. some was from myself.
Yeah.
I had to borrow from friends too.
What?
And after that event, I went into debt. Serious one.
How did you pay back?
That's another question. So you see, and if I had used my calculator, Now, the Michelin Hotel was supposed to occupy about 1,000 people, maximum capacity. The single ticket was 50, the couple was 70. Yeah. If I'm to have maximum capacity for singles, it means it's 50 times 1,000, that's 50,000. And if I was to have a maximum capacity for couple, that is 500 couple. So 500 times 70, 35,000. So the maximum revenue I could have gained from that event was 50K. And I foolishly invested 80K.
So it wasn't feasible.
By not using my calculator. So I always tell people that if you want to start anything, first do your calculation before you enter into it.
Yeah,
yes.
You have to.
Yes.
But also the people you surround yourself with is equally important when you're starting a business.
Very, very important.
What are some of the things you look out for when you're building your team?
Okay. Positive energy. I'll use my roommate as an example. I remember when I brought the idea up, I didn't even inform him. I was like, hey, Ben, accompany me. I want to go and buy an oven. And I didn't even mention the oven. I was like, let's go to town.
Yeah.
And he just followed.
He didn't ask you what you...
No.
How do you just follow someone without asking questions?
He's my roommate, so Charlie, I go town.
Yeah.
It's okay, let's go. So when we got to a doom, in fact, our first oven was a used oven somewhere around Boss FM. So we bought the oven. It's like, what's up?
That is when he actually asked you what's up.
Yeah, it's like, what's up? So yeah, we can't buy oven. You're going to do pizza. So Vim. So you see, a friend who wouldn't even question certain things like, okay, you're going to do something, positive energy, Vim. And there were friends who saw the oven later in my room and were like, what is this?
Yeah.
So those people are not in my life as I'm talking to you now.
The ones who came to ask what is this?
Yes.
Oh.
They'll discourage you.
No, but they're asking because they don't get it.
No. What is this? Come to sell pizza. Hey, you too.
Oh, that's what they say.
Yes.
Can you blame them? Maybe you had a vision that they could not really see.
If you don't understand the vision, keep quiet. Yes.
Okay.
Don't discourage me.
Okay.
Eben accepted everything and we started working from scratch, and he has always, it got to a point I felt like quitting. He was like, my friend, you can't let me commit myself for you to stop. You are doing this.
Yeah.
What about I mean, your circles, you should be surrounded with people with positive mindsets. Very, very important.
I see, very important. But in building the team as well, you were saying that at certain points when you wanted to start a certain business, you went to borrow from people. But that's the thing, if you're not able to make your profit back to pay back these people, it's a problem.
Yeah, you just mess the relationship.
Where do you go to find funding? Who do you go to? How do you get funding to start your business then?
I think the first point of contact should be family.
Okay.
Yes.
You're sure about that? There are people who don't even want to engage family whatsoever when it comes to doing business.
See, this one has two sides. If you can't go to your family for funding, or if they decide not to fund you, then it means maybe they might have a different plan for you, or they don't believe in you. Or they might not even have the means.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to be a bit considerate. Because there were some types of money that I was looking for that my father wouldn't have been able to give to me. So that is the first point. There are, see, and then building your network too matters.
Yeah.
If you have friends, you might have friends who know people who can also invest in you. That is another point.
Yeah.
And thirdly, there are other investment companies around. Personally, at a point, we had to run to an investment company because we realized the business, the dream is too big and we can't just go alone. So we had to go to Quick Angels at Circle. Those times they were at Circle, they are now Laboni. And I mean, after we presented our idea and then the progress we've made so far, they also bought into the dream. And then we moved a step further, and you know, we are here now.
In all of this, I haven't heard you talk about a business plan, developing a business plan. Because I've heard from a lot of people who say that when you're starting a business, the first thing you should even think about is developing a business plan.
Okay, so let me try and fuse it.
Did you do that? Yeah.
Using your calculator in a way you are planning.
Okay.
Okay, but what you can write on paper could be so different from what you experience on the field. Yes.
Okay.
There are so many things you can write on paper. You write on paper because you are assuming that all things being equal, and all things will never be equal.
It serves as a guide, does it not?
I don't want to go there, but
it serves as a guide.
The practical business people understand what I'm saying. You can have a plan, and then you go to the field, and you have to just change everything.
Yeah.
So I would say that you have to be a master of plan Bs. Yeah, plan Bs.
You should always have that.
Yes, you should always have.
So as you're sitting here, even though your business is thriving, you still have a plan B.
Yes, plan B. In fact, plan B with your operations. For example, You working, and then unfortunately ECG takes out your power. What's the plan B? Need a plant. So before you open any branch, you buy a plant before we even look for ECG.
With what money?
What did you say?
With what money?
I'm talking about mine.
Okay.
Even as at now, I have a plan B. Before you open any branch, you make sure the plant gets to the restaurant before we even look for meter. Because we can't trust it.
Yeah.
There are points where you'll be working and then because of the power fluctuations, it can end up damaging your machines.
Yeah.
So that is a clear example of you having planning. Always plan twice. Just know that it can go wrong. And if it goes wrong, what do you do?
Yeah. Always have a plan B.
Always have a plan B.
In some cases, even a plan C. Because sometimes
plan C or D.
You have all that.
Yes.
How is a young man like you, managing at the moment in this economy? And I'm asking that because I know that a lot of people have ideas, they have dreams, some have started their businesses like you. But sometimes a lot of things happen and you struggle in making ends meet, making profits, having enough to even plow back in. How are you managing? Is there a God factor somewhere that's supporting you, family? How
God is for everyone. God is for everyone. But you see, in as much as God is for everyone, we humans, we still have a major role to play. We have a major role to play.
Okay.
I've come across people, I've worked with even some of my mates that I ended up sacking. They're
that
not
must
serious.
have been difficult.
Yes. Oh, that is very easy for me to do.
You look like a very mean boss.
Well, that's what some of my people will say. But then those who really understand what we are doing, they appreciate it.
Okay.
Yes. You have to avoid making excuses.
Okay.
And you have to learn to consult. Get people who are ahead of you. Consult them for advice when you are locked up.
Yeah.
Yes. That's how to go, because even at this point, I've never felt like we are there.
You still don't feel like you're there.
No, we are nowhere.
What are you waiting to see before you realize that?
You need to gain a global recognition.
Okay.
Yes. Just as the whites are bringing us their brands, you should also be able to take our brands to them.
I know there are people who say that, you this small Ghanaian boy in your corner, you started a business, you thank God that you at least have a business, now you want to go global.
That is another one. Limiting your mindset, limiting your thoughts, negative energy. You understand? You have to dream. You have to dream big with actions. You don't just dream big and sit down and expect things to work out. So in as much as you're dreaming big, you also have to make efforts. People have big dreams, but then moving towards the dreams, they don't.
Yeah.
They feel lazy and they like giving excuses. So most of my people will say that if Chris calls for a meeting at 10 and you will be late, just text that you'll be late.
But don't show up after 10.
If you show up after 10 and then you don't give any reason before the 10, then you have a problem with me.
Really?
Yes.
So time is also a very,
very, very key
factor for you.
So when I was at the airport and then they delayed, I was very furious.
Because if you were late, they won't let you check in.
Exactly.
Because you'll be missing your flight at that point.
Yes.
Anyway, well, let's see what you have to say about this interview. A lot of you are watching at the moment. And Stephen Bedu says, I don't actually know this man, but I like him. Well, he's the CEO of Pizza Man. And so you should check him out. And don't just check him out, go try his food. But Nancy Annan says, hey, Plan D. This is an eye-opener. Okay. And Daniel Dove says Plan B is very important with a thumbs up. Layla Islam Isaka says, I'm learning a lot from this. Sarah says, I'm really enjoying this session. That's Sarah Amegavi. I'm learning so much from his experience. And Greatborn Yao City Collins. Do you know Greatborn? Okay. Well, he says, I must confess my love for Christian Yadom. He's a real gem and a frank entrepreneur. He deals better than books, which are sometimes all other things. Okay, I'm trying to guess this. But he says, great man, keep doing great. Elizabeth Messer says, I love Pizza Man spirits. Kelvin says, Chris B is very enlightened. Kwame Ike says, great. But none of you have asked a question. I would love for you to ask a question, at least one or two before we wrap up. But Priscilla Kumi says, I really learned a lot from his presentation. And even me sitting here, I've learned a lot from you. This is my first time meeting you. I know there's a Pizza Man somewhere, but you only get to know people when you meet them and you have real conversations. And for me, that is what I'm learning from you. And so I'm happy that I've met you. Joseph says his comment about time is serious. and we should take it seriously. I would love to work with him. Joseph, you didn't say as what? Maybe we can audition or interview you right now. Okay, Kudos Pizza Man, that's Robert Mensah Jr. And very young and proactive, that's Emma Opon. I don't know if it's Emma Opon or Emma Opon, but I hope that I'm getting your name right. I'm learning some great ideas. That's Richard Atiemo Ado. Keep on. And Isaac Tete says, great initiative, Vodafone Ghana. Hashtag level up. Yes, indeed, level up. Final words of advice to everyone who's watching today.
Well, final words of advice. Okay. In 2017, I had a mantra, go for it.
Okay.
That was my campaign message. Go for it. I didn't know it was myself.
You didn't know you're talking to yourself?
Yes. So whatever you've thought of, whatever you want to do, if you are to listen to the critics, you might never achieve it. Because, you know, at a point, it was me against the world. You know. But then, I don't know, maybe I'm too stubborn. And sometimes too, we need to tell you some of these things for you to understand that what you are going through, someone has already passed through it. Yeah. Whatever you want to do. I'm not sure. Okay, so I want to ask you, growing from infancy, did you ever share your dream that you wanted to be a presenter? And how was the response?
Well, did I share with anyone? I don't think so, but I knew I wanted to be.
Okay.
I think my mom noticed maybe, because I've always said the story that I would take a cane. I don't know if it was between the teacher and the presenter, but we lived upstairs, so I'd always go down and pretend I'm talking to an audience with the stairs.
Okay.
And she'd probably look at me and think, this girl, I don't know what's wrong with him.
Wonderful.
But we never had a conversation about it. Yeah.
Wonderful. So whatever you want to do, do it. Risk it. Take risk. Because it got to a point, I had to even risk my school fees. Risk it. But then risk wisely. Risk it, but risk wisely. Before you risk, use your calculator. If you calculate and it's positive, risk it. Yes.
Risk it indeed. Yeah. Well, maybe this is late. This person is late to the party, but I'll still ask this question anyway. Emma Opon says that my question is, how do you get rid of friends who discourage you with regards to your business idea? You talked about it, but you just drum on it again.
Just cut them off.
It's not that simple. You
it's
make it look
simple.
like I wake up one morning and I
cut them off. Avoid them.
But they'll still want to come around you.
Avoid them. Be busy.
Okay.
I mean, you have to learn to be frank and honest about certain things. If this your friend is not helping you, avoid the person. If the person calls you, bro, I'm busy, I'll call you back. If you don't call back the next day, he calls you again, I'm busy, I'll call you back. You can even block if you can't say you are busy.
You can block.
You have to be selfish at a point.
They'll say you think you've arrived.
No, you haven't. You are still working. Yes.
Okay. Cut them off. Block them if you have to. What was his biggest challenge starting up? We asked this earlier, Nick Kelvin. I think you missed that. But let me ask a few of the other ones as well, and then we'll move on. Layla says she asked a question. I'm trying to find your question, Layla. But this one says, I want to know what motivates him to keep doing what he does, looking at the current economic situation. I asked that earlier as well, Evans Elima, but maybe you can touch on that and that earlier question about your biggest challenge. We can just put them together.
What motivates me? Biggest challenge. Biggest challenge in the early days was funding. Yeah. Because like, you know this will work out, but getting someone to help you out was a problem. Yeah. And then what keeps me going is the vision. So even during those times where we were working in the room, I remember I used to call Eben and tell him that I see a nice building. I've been creating this image. I see a nice building with our brands in there. I see a very big car park with big cars in there. That was as at 2018. So I've always had that vision. It keeps playing. So when I look at the vision, I look at where we are now, then you just know that you are nowhere closer. So you have to keep going. It's not that easy. It's not that straightforward. There are times where you just lock yourself up in the room and you feel like, I'm tired. Yes. But keep going.
Keep going. And just, just a quick one. So if you have a business online, I want to give you some information. So one of you is actually going to get a free website development for your business, courtesy your business online product by Vodafone Business. And I'll tell you what you have to do. So as we're asking questions and we're talking about, you know, building a brand online, starting your business and leveling up, we want you to also share with us what your business is. Okay, under the comment section, please let us know what your business is, what you're doing. And at the end of the session today, in fact, the entire session, we're going to select one person who will get a free website development for their business. So your business online brings together all the elements required to bring a business online. From as low as 150 Ghana cedis per year, you can get digital tools including customized websites, business email accounts, domain names, and e-commerce platforms to build your online presence. Our website experts will design, build, and maintain your online presence whilst you focus on your business. So with your business online by Vodafone, website development no longer has to be expensive to build and maintain. And for that one lucky person, you get it built for you for free. So if you want that free website, comment with the name of your business or what you do, and you'll be announced on our pages later today. You can also purchase a website package from as low as 150 Ghana cedis for a year. An entire year, all you have to pay is 150 Ghana cedis. I mean, you're probably making thousands of Ghana cedis as profit. So investing 150 Ghana cedis to build your website is really not much. Please email businessonline.gh@vodafone.com. Again, businessonline.gh@vodafone.com, or call 020-1826-962 to take your business online now. I'll let you in on the details again later. But just a few more questions. Barnabas says, thank you, Vodafone. Okay. And go for it. That's Lemuel Agbogbada. Robert says, I want to find out if he's into training other people to take up such businesses. I want to learn. What mindset should you carry as a young entrepreneur? That's Sebastian. And I got to know him today. I love his level of intelligence, level up. That's Nama Nkrumah Hinson. And there was another question about how you get your team to believe in your vision as well. So we'll answer those three questions. How do you get your team to believe in your vision? What mindset should you carry as a young entrepreneur? And also, are you into training other people?
Okay, so how to make your team believe in your vision? First, you have to communicate to them.
Okay. Communicate
to them constantly. And then they should see results. If I just talk to you, you want to do this, and nothing happens. It's useless.
Okay.
So I remember somewhere last year, I told my people in Kumasi, when we were in Kumasi, that it will get to a point, Pizza Man staff cannot, I mean, none of our branches can contain the staff we have. So somewhere last month, one of the chefs was telling the new guys that, hey, last year Chris said this, and now it's true. So for him, he's a true believer. Because the things that I said last year, he's seen them happening. I remember last year, I told them we go to Accra and open 4 branches in one day. Some of them doubted. But last year, December, 3rd December, we opened 4 branches on the same day.
You're kidding.
In June, we did 5 branches on the same day.
Wow. Oh, no, that's impressive.
And there's a possibility we might even do more than 5 on the same day.
Well, what kind of brain do you have? You're a very different human being, I think. No, but that's really impressive.
Yeah.
You're going to open 5 more?
There's 10 more loading before the year ends.
We have how many months? We're in the 9th month, so 3 more.
Everything is possible. That's the mindset you have to work with as an entrepreneur. So the second question has been answered. Everything is possible if you put your mind to it.
Ah. Yeah. Are you training people?
Training. I train those who want to be trained.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
There are people who come for training, but then you give them instruction and they don't listen. So I train those who show interest to be trained.
You're not a very patient man.
Time, no day.
You're too serious. You have to have fun sometimes. I don't know why you're aggressive.
Human beings expire. There's limited time, so you can't be wasting time on,
Yeah. I get what you mean. Okay. Let me see if I have a few more. I actually have a lot of questions. I'm sorry if I've skipped yours, but I'm going to read them all for you. Okay. I think I've read Nana Bullion's own about admiring your perseverance. Biggest challenge? I have read that already. Wow. That's a Pierre Boating Michael. Okay. Apal Caleb says, how can you focus if you already have something that you're doing? I don't even know. Well, maybe in this case, you were in school and you still had a business that you were running. How do you focus on that business?
It was quite difficult. Yeah, you have to make sacrifices. There were times I had to sacrifice my lecture hours to work. And there were times I had to sacrifice the friendship hour and the playtime to work as well.
So you have to learn to make that sacrifice.
You have to learn to make that sacrifice.
Should loans be a go-to for a startup? Authentic Obobi says is asking that question.
I might not be in the best position to answer this.
Why?
This has several sites. Yeah.
Tell us your side.
Ah.
Should you go for a loan?
It depends on your heart.
Your heart?
Yes.
How?
Depends on how. You see, some people are scared of that. Okay, so I wouldn't recommend it to you if you are scared. Some people are scared of taking those risks. But for me, I'm not scared.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You're not scared, and so you take.
But then before I even take it, I use my calculator, as I always say.
This calculator, we better get
some
very
too. Important.
Okay.
Very, very important.
Always have your calculator when you're starting your business. Priscilla Kumi says, yes, some words from friends concerning your business ideas go a long way to kill the mindset that you have. So beware. Please circle yourself with positive energy. That's Hunaisa Rules Fashion. I hope I got your name right. Sarah, I think I read yours already. I just got to know him today and I love him for his level of intelligence. Hashtag level up. That's Nanama Nkuma Henson. And Apao says level up. Okay, I want to find out his into training. I have read that already. A lot more coming through. How are you able to overcome these challenges in your business? Elizabeth Mensa. Apao says, how are you able to focus? Okay, read that already. You taught me a lot about putting back all the negative thoughts from friends and still pressing on. I've been a victim of these negative thoughts from peers, and I really regret it. That's Elder Kobe. Is it too late for him?
It's not too late.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just cut them off and keep pushing.
Albert says, Bella, you're not reading YouTube comments. I will read YouTube comments, please. I'm so sorry about that. Tell him that the people of Bolgatanga need his presence. That's Daniel Ayimbri Adakura.
Expect us next year.
Next year, you're going to Bolga.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sure there are people who are watching us from Bolga anyway, so they will get to hear of your story. And next year, he will be there. The calculator, it is very true. Akosia Yebua Opoku says that. Calculator, no. I like that. That's Ellen Mensa Abobi, says she loves your calculator. Does he have plans of franchising his business?
As it stands now, no.
Okay.
But then in future, maybe we might consider it.
Okay. Ricky Anson says, Bella, I gather Chris's business started from him having the skill. Where did he acquire that skill?
Okay, so partly YouTube. And I grew up from a home of food. My grandma used to operate a chop bar. My mom is a caterer. My big sister that I lived with used to be a caterer. So, I mean, I started cooking at age 8. Yeah.
Age 8?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So there's always something that you should know about your purpose and your talents, because maybe he's running Pizza Man now and it's working for him. It doesn't mean you should also run and go and do Pizza Man, because maybe your cooking sucks. Maybe. Yeah. So you also have to find your talent. Yeah. And hone it. Did you have to go to catering school at some point? So you had it naturally?
Yeah.
Okay, but then would you advise that...
I grew up in a house where always we were cooking. So then
that was literally catering training for you?
I'm the first child, so I have no option.
You were cooking
I was forced into the kitchen. Initially, I didn't like the idea. Because my friends were going to play football after school, and then I have to rush home and help the kitchen before they beat me.
So that's it.
Eventually, it became a hobby.
Yeah.
So I remember I used to cook for my mates in uni, in first year, second year, throughout.
You were cooking for them?
When my friends are hungry, they know Chris has food.
Where's your house? We'll be visiting you so that we can come and get some food as well. Would you welcome us home?
Oh, sure.
Yeah? Is this your show? You're not even sure about it. Nanekia Nkuma Hansen says the friend's issue is true. Lesson learned. Zerubbabel says, please, if what we learn in school is not 100% applicable in the workplace, what are the CEOs like you doing? I don't know if he said anything about that, but yeah. What do you have to say about it?
We have plans of organizing seminars,
okay,
hopefully from next year onward, to educate or to spread more information. I mean, detailed information on entrepreneurship to students in the tertiary institutions from next year.
All right.
It's part of our plans.
But I get what this person is asking, because a lot of people go to school and study courses that they are probably not interested in, or they can't tell how that course is going to benefit them in the near future.
Start from home. I mean, you see, when you are good in school, JHS, asked to read science in SHS, and when you read science, what you are being taught is you have to read human biology, or you have to go read pharmacy.
Yeah.
Personally, my first admission, I didn't get pharmacy, and I cried. Yes, I felt I'm going to fail in life, because I've been fed with this notion that if you read science, you have to do medicine or pharmacy. Yeah. That one, when you are done, your job is waiting for you. So that is the kind of information I was fed with. So when I didn't get admission to pharmacy, I was down. I stayed home for 1 year because I wanted to get pharmacy. But along the line, something just changed, and I entered into actuarial science because I loved mathematics.
That's why you have a calculator and you're able to punch in the numbers easily like that.
Yeah,
not everybody is very good with a calculator, you know.
Yeah, so you see, when you are being fed with this information, you just end up in the wrong field. I'm sure there are a lot of people in the universities who are reading courses that were influenced by their parents or their teachers or even peers.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm sure they know there is something within that they want. There was a medical doctor who was selling dogs, who was importing dogs from Russia to sell in KNUST Medical School. And his dream was shattered. And now he being a medical doctor, he doesn't enjoy life. He doesn't enjoy being a medical doctor. He loves selling dogs.
But he could become a vet. Oh, he just loves selling. He doesn't love taking care of it.
He loves the business aspect of, importing dogs all the way from Russia to sell. And now his dream has been shattered.
Well, I don't know what we'll say to him, but I don't think it's too late. Maybe he can still, have that business running anyway. But a few messages before I wrap up on this. Elder Kobe says, I would love to work under a non-adherent of negative person like him. Okay, I hear you. Albert Claude says, Bella, ask him if he has a plan of establishing a hotel. What's his greatest fear? And finally, what does he do in his spare time? We'll use that to wrap up. Do you have any plans of setting up a hotel?
It has never occurred to me.
Okay, maybe God is speaking through someone. It's time for you to think about it.
I'll use my calculator first to check if I'm getting what I need to get.
I hear you.
Yes.
We hear you about that. But the next one is, what's your greatest fear?
My greatest fear is not to reach the target that I've set for myself, to disappoint the people who have believed in me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is why I always put in efforts to make sure we go, because if people, the customers have also believed in us, that is why they are buying from us.
Yeah.
So you can't just, if they wake up one day and they realize that things are bad. I mean, I have failed a lot of people.
Yeah.
So my greatest fear is we failing, the customers that we are serving.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And just a reminder that you can win a free website development for your business as we're having this conversation today till 5 p.m. and in fact, beyond that. All you have to do is to let us know what your business is. And so you should comment underneath the live stream right now on all the platforms. Comment about your business. Tell us your name, what you do for your business, so that we can randomly select that one person who received a free website development for their business, courtesy your business online products by Vodafone Business. And if you're not lucky and you don't win, it's fine. You need a website. You want Vodafone online business to help your business online to help you. It's that simple. You just have to pay 150 Ghana cedis the entire year and have your website developed for you. You get all the digital tools, including customized websites, business email accounts, domain names, e-commerce platforms. Just get in touch with us here at Vodafone for your business online presence. So you can purchase a website package for as low as 150 Ghana cedis per year. Email businessonline.gh@vodafone.com or call 020-182-6962. I'll take it again, 020-182-6962 to take your business online now. It's been a pleasure speaking to you.
Same here.
It's really, I've enjoyed this. I wish we could have this conversation all day, but I think there's a lot within you, and we're looking forward to you helping as many more young people to also develop their talents and build their dreams. Christian Boache, he is the CEO of Sika Foods and Beverages Ghana Limited, but of course everybody knows him as the Pizza Man, Chicken Man, and it's been a pleasure speaking to him today. Thank you. Thank you very much, and all the best. When we get back, we'll be getting into how to save and invest. We'll also have a career, discussion. Of course, we're talking about entrepreneurship, so it looks as if we're leaving out those who are also building a different career. So we'll let you in on what you need to do to get your career right, and a lot more. Don't miss it. This is the Vodafone Skills Fair 2022. We're live online, and keep your messages coming in. We'll be right back. Remember, the hashtag is Level Up.
Ma, epele to data, ebony day, *700#.
B-O-Y. Boy.
Taxi.
Amma is going home. Further together.
You can be part of a greater data world of endless possibilities on Vodafone. With the best value and amazing data offers and services in Ghana, you can now dream bigger, explore wider, go further, get more for less with Vodafone data.
We can do anything we put our mind to.
Vodafone. Further together.
And we can do anything we put our minds to, including becoming financially independent. And that is what the next session is all about. You're welcome back. This is the Vodafone Skills Fair 2022. And it's not just about starting a business and running a career. The most important part of it is how you are saving that money that you're making on a monthly basis, weekly basis, daily basis, and how you're also investing that so that eventually you stop working for money and money will work for you. That's the most important thing, and that's what we're all hoping that we could get to so that at least we can relax and enjoy life. Paul Kofi Mante is someone that I admire, and when it comes to having a conversation about investments and savings, he's the best man to do the job. I've seen him talk about it too many times, and I've learned a few things from him, so he is the man for you right now. He is currently the managing director of EDC Investments Limited, the assets management and wealth management business of the EcoBank Group, and he currently supervises assets under management of over, are you ready? 5.7 billion Ghana cedis. Someone will say 5.7 billion. That's how much money that he controls. That's under his management, and he's here. Good to see you again, sir. Everything okay?
Everything fine.
Because of you, I can call myself a rich woman. And you're a rich man as well, right?
We are trying.
Yeah, trying. I'm calling myself a rich man. How much more you? But I know you have a presentation for us today before we get into the conversation.
Sure.
All right, please go ahead.
Yeah, so we want to talk about investment tips, but I have decided, because we're talking to young people, I'm talking on the roadmap to financial independence.
Okay.
So let me ask a few questions and then we proceed. Did you know that if you could invest 20 Ghana cedis a day or 600 cedis every month at 18% compounded quarterly, you would make over 1 million Ghana cedis in 19 years? Did you know that? Yes or no? It may be so. And did you know that you could have very good academic results and have a good job but become financially poor? And did you know most employees cannot survive for 3 months without a paycheck? So I have an important question to you that you need to answer. Don't beat me up. And it's a simple question. If you didn't have to work from today, 1st of September 2022, question is, how many months, how many years can you survive without salary? You want to answer that question? Okay, let's proceed. A rich man once said, if you took all the money in the world and divided it equally among everybody, it will soon be back in the same pocket it was before. If you took all the money in the world and divided it equally among everybody, it will soon be back in the same pocket it was before. And Kiyosaki says money is one form of power, but what is even more powerful is financial education. Money comes and money goes. But if you have the education about how money works, you gain power over it and you can begin building wealth. You know what? Money is major. Everybody must measure money. Whether you are an engineer, a journalist, you work with Vodafone, you are a student, you are a pastor, money is major. Everybody must measure money. There are two things you need when it comes to the journey towards financial independence. You need a God factor, very important. But beyond the God factor, you also need appropriate information. I am going to be focusing on the appropriate information, the capacity you need to make money and become financially independent. You see, we are not in church, but this scripture is important to me. Ephesians 3:20, the Bible says, now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, Imagine, according to his power that is at work within us. The law of first creation states that everything is created twice. First mentally and second physically. Without the first creation, you cannot have the second creation. Your financial future is going to be created twice. First mentally and second physically. Your mind, I need to see that you will make money. You will be a millionaire. You'll be financially independent. You need to see it before you have it. If your mind can travel there, your body can follow. Traditionally, this has been the thinking. Get a good education, find a good job with some secure benefits. You work till you are 60 and you get a good pension. This thinking belongs to the old school. It worked in the 1970s. It doesn't work in the year 2022 and beyond. In the year 2022 and beyond, what is the new way of thinking? The new way of thinking is you got to learn to save. Number one, you need to manage personal finances so that you're able to do three important things. One, you want to save. When I talk about savings here, I'm basically talking about deferred consumption, money not spent. But you know what? It's not enough to save. Because if you had 10,000 Ghana cedis and you kept that 10,000 Ghana cedis for 5 years, you go and check, it is still 10,000 Ghana cedis, but the purchasing power would have gone down. So beyond savings, you need to invest. So you commit whatever you have saved into a financial asset or into a business. So your money works for you. So you preserve the value of your money and you grow it. But we don't want you to just save and invest. To what end? You are saving and investing because you want to become financially independent. And I'm giving you a roadmap that will help you become financially independent. What does financial independence mean? It simply means you get to a stage in life where you can sustain your desired lifestyle without salary. And don't get me wrong, when you are financially independent, it doesn't mean you don't have to work. It means you don't need to work. You work because you want to work. And when you are financially independent, nobody can threaten you. When they threaten you, you also threaten them. Say, boss, this is your last warning. If you do this again, I'll resign. And you mean it because you are financially independent. If you need 10,000 cedis, just for the purposes of explanation, 10,000 cedis for your desired lifestyle every month. What it means is you need 120,000 a year. That is 10,000 multiplied by 12 months. Now, if you have investment of just 1 million Ghana cedis and you can get 18% interest on your million, and I'll walk you through how to make your first million. 18% will give you 180,000 cedis a year. If you divided that 180,000 by 12 months, that will give you 15,000 cedis a month. So watch it. You need 10,000 for your desired lifestyle. Your investment is giving you 15,000 a month. At this point, you work because you want to work. But you don't work because you need to work. And a lot more need to become financially independent so that you can also use your life to do things that are fulfilling, that may not necessarily be financially rewarding. Money does not become the motivation. I will walk you through some keys, but before I walk you through the keys, you need to know that financial independence begins with two beliefs. Belief number one is that my financial future is going to be better than the present. You need to have that belief. And belief number two is that I have the power to make financial independence a reality. You don't deal with these two beliefs, we can't help you. You got to believe it's going to be better, and you got to believe that you can make it possible. I'll walk you through just 3 keys for the constraint of time that will help you become financially independent. The first key I want to share with you, which is very powerful and very important, is that you need to take a decision to become financially independent. You need, whether you sleep in a single room, a chamber hall, you are in a kiosk, you are hustling, you can't afford 3 square meals, you got to take a decision that I want to become financially independent. Financial independence is not going to happen by chance, it will happen by choice. You need to take a decision. And you know what? If you don't take a decision to become financially independent, financial challenges will be the default. We are a very religious country. Thank God for prayer and fasting. But you can pray and fast and still die of hunger. You can pray and still die of hunger. Else, the prayer warriors in the world will be the richest people. But some of them are, higher quite. Who said money is not important? This life is not all about money, I know. But money must be understood. In fact, almost everything physical can be answered with money. Money will give you the ability to do more things. And more things here means more things. And it means more things. Including more things. In fact, money does more things. Money will give you access to better healthcare facilities. Money will give you access to better educational opportunities. There is a classical story. I don't get tired sharing it. The year 2009, I had opportunity to share with some young people in a youth camp. I spoke on the subject matter, see you at the top. And I fired them. I know that I fired them. Then I finished, a young teenager, beautiful girl, who walks to me and says, "Sir, I want to be your friend." I said, "Yes, I also want to be your friend." She said, "Sir, I'm in secondary school. I am fired up. Watch out for me. I'll make 8 A1s." She took my number. Results came. She made 8 A1s. What do you want to become? I want to be a medical doctor. She buys the forms to the university. Admission comes. Her name is not on the admission list. We follow up and we are told if she's willing to be a fee-paying student, she will be admitted. This young lady, unfortunately, was the first daughter of a single mother of 4. How much was the school fees? About 3,500. The mother said, "There is no way I can raise that money." So anybody I knew, I shared the result. "Charlie, help this my girl for me." And somebody decided to intervene. We got some protocol intervention. This young lady got a late admission. And today, as I talk to you, she's a medical doctor. And forgive my language, but anytime I remember that young lady, one statement comes to mind. Poverty can make nonsense of intelligence. Poverty can place a limit on how far people can get to. And you know what? Money does even make marriage and relationship better. True or false? True or false? You know it. I did a seminar for a company, and I said money will make relationship and marriage better. A lady lifted her hand. I thought she was going to ask a question. She made a very bold statement. She said, and listen to me, she said, "Mr. Mante, even romance without money is equal to annoyance." And it is true. A woman don't eat, "I love you." I mean, so money is important. For those of you who believe in the Bible, Proverbs 19:7, the Bible says the poor are shunned by all their relatives. How much more do their friends avoid them? Though the poor pursue them with pleading, they are nowhere to be found. Let me add one more and we proceed. Proverbs 22:7, the rich rule over the poor and the borrower is a servant to the lender. All levels, individual level, family level, corporate level, whatever level. The rich rule over the poor and the borrower is a servant to the lender. You see, money does 2 important things in your life. 1, time redemption. And 2, money is a mechanism for efficiency. The more money you have, the better you are able to redeem time and you are more efficient at your living. If you have to go to Kumasi, you have several options. If you don't have any money, you can walk to Kumasi. You get a challenge, but you go tired. If you have some money, you can go to Circle. When you get to Circle, there are levels depending on the cash you have. Some of them you get to Kumasi with waist pains. Some of them too, you can relax. And the more money you have, you can fly to Kumasi. The point I'm making is the more money you have, the more efficient you can become, and the quicker you are able to do things. 3 things will hinder you from taking off. 1, procrastination. Procrastination. Tomorrow, I will do it when I grow small, when I'm married, when the children grow, when I get a better job. Tomorrow never comes. If it must be done, it must be done now. Number 2 is excuses. You can always find an excuse why you cannot do it. An excuse number 1 for a number of people is the salary is not enough. And number 3 is blame. You need to deal with these 3 self-imposed limitations. So the first key is you got to take a decision to become financially independent. Remember, I'm sharing 3 things with you this afternoon. The second thing I want to share with you is learn to pay yourself and invest or win force. Pay yourself and invest or win force. What do I mean? So we work hard, we make money, but look at what happens when we make the money. Immediately we make the money, we start sharing the money. Landlord, Ghana Water, ECG, MTN, Vodafone, you share Brazilian hair, Akituano here. I haven't mentioned it anymore. Akituano here, Asa. And you ask yourself one important question: what is today's date? And you encourage, in fact, one of the dangers in life is when you know you'll be paid at the end of the month. Because when you are spending, you know that in the worst case, salary will come in. So out of the so-called income, you need to learn to save and then invest. But I know what you are thinking. You are saying that the salary gradually is not enough. I know that it's not enough. But you see, there is a law called the Parkinson Law. The Parkinson Law explains why most people retire poor, even after earning substantial income through their working years. The Parkinson Law states that no matter how much people earn, they will always adjust their lifestyle to match their salary. As salary is increasing, lifestyle will be changing. I did a seminar for a church, I think in Takwa, Rosso. And I asked, how many of you are not saving and investing because the salary is not enough? And guess what? All the hands went up. So I did a follow-up question and I asked, how many of you believe that if your salary is doubled from today, the salary will now be enough? You can save and invest. Let me see by hands. All the hands went up again. So I caught 10 people at random, 10 individuals, and I gave all of them pieces of paper. I said, everybody write your current salary for me. There are 10 of them. Look at what happened. Among the 10, the lowest income earner was earning 350 Ghana cedis a month. For some reason, this guy earning 350 Ghana cedis a month believes that when it is doubled, it will be enough. How much is a double of 350 Ghana cedis? How much is a double? 700. But within the 10 individuals who were saying the salary is not enough, one was on the salary of 3,500, which is 10 times the 350. One on a salary of 5,000, one on a salary of 20,000 a month. The guy earning 350 a month says it's not enough. The guy earning 20,000 a month says it's not enough. How much is enough? Because immediately salary changes, challenge levels don't change. You know, when you start job, national service, you are in school, you are struggling. Sometimes you go to the gobe joint. By the roadside, some of the gobe joint, they have some curtains covered. Charlie, you sit behind the curtains. You ask for gobe with enough gari with 2 sachets of water. That one is called branch. You can travel till evening. And that you will be fine. But guess what? As salary is increasing, you move from that joint. And you will also change where you buy food. So you get to a point now you spend 100 cedis on lunch. It will get to a point you are spending 200 because the salary is increasing. Until you learn to pay yourself, you cannot save and invest. So I recommend the 10-20-70 principle. If you believe in tithing, you pay your tithe of 10%. If you don't, you can give 10% to society. But I recommend a minimum of 20% of whatever you make must go into investment. Minimum 20%. Minimum. If you can do more, great. Anybody watching us, anybody listening to us who can put a minimum of 20% of your income into an investment, I give you another 10 to 15 years, you become financially independent. 20% on a consistent basis. And invest all windfalls. What is a windfall? A windfall is any money you haven't budgeted to receive. Charlie, the money there, you know they expect them. So you can live your life without that money. So when you receive windfall, you invest. You didn't budget for it. The accounts have a proverb. They say, only the wise bite bones out of eggs. Look, let me ask you a question. If you have a fresh egg tomorrow morning, what will you do with your egg? You can fry, yeah, you can prepare omelette, you can boil it, you can eat it tomorrow morning. But the same egg can be hatched into a chicken. And that chicken will grow up, and one day you can bite a bone out of that chicken. When you are biting a bone out of that chicken, what you are effectively doing is you are biting a bone out of your egg. And the account says only the wise bite bones out of egg. Remember this and never forget this, that within every income, there is food and there is seed. Just like in most fruits, you will find food and you find seed. The seed is the food is for consumption, and the seed is for sowing. It's for planting. It's for investment. The pathetic story for a number of people is that we consume both the food and the seed in the income. After consuming the food in the income, you blend the seed, smoothies, and you drink on top. But if you're going to become financially independent, then the plan is that the seed in the income must be invested. So how do you find the money? How do you make sure that you have the seed? A few things. Number one, how do you find the money? Let's look at the things you need to do. Okay, so watch first time spending. If you haven't done it before, you are doing it for the first time. You are buying your first car, you are buying your first house, or you are building your first house, first naming ceremony. If you haven't done it before, ask questions. Because anybody who builds a house, all other things being equal, if you ask them to build that same house again, they will spend less. So watch first time spending. Your salary must dictate what you eat, not your appetite. Can I repeat that? Your salary must dictate what you eat, not your appetite. There is a salary level that you have to do cocoa with kose, you'll be fine. There is a salary level you can do the high-end hotel, you'll be fine. There is a salary level you don't even eat in the morning. In the morning you pretend as if you are fasting. Say, I'll fast, I won't fast. Around 10 o'clock you say, I've changed my mind, I'm not fasting. Then you look for something heavy, either some gobe or some kinky with 2 sachets of water, breakfast and lunch, you'll be fine. Don't be in competition with anybody. If you want to become financially independent, you are not in competition with anybody. Deal with the impression mentality. Your salary must dictate where you shop, where you buy your clothing. There is a salary level you go to a special boutique. They call it bend down boutique. The slogan there is "Woyi ni low." There are family members in the house. They know the place. But if you understand the things we are discussing, it will get to a point. You can get into any boutique and buy whatever you want to buy. Probably with your driver. Do not compete with anybody. Don't borrow to consume. Don't borrow to go and marry. People borrow for all kinds of things. You know the first miracle Jesus performed? He performed it at the wedding. Because what had happened, there was a shortage of wine. So guys, even in the days of Jesus, there were shortages. It's nothing new. If you have a shortage at your wedding, it's nothing new. So live within your means. It's as simple as that. Do not buy luxuries first. Build asset first. And allow the cash flows to buy you the luxuries. And never forget this statement. Salary is a medicine for managing poverty. It does not cure poverty. Only a business or an investment cures poverty. You got to start investing now. Because if you don't find a way to make your money work for you while you are asleep, you will keep working when you have to sleep. But my prayer is that you will sleep when you have to sleep. Because this is the hard truth too. If your salary is your only source of income, you are a step away from poverty. The least you can do is to invest to create an additional source of income. Think of your income as a table. If a table has only one leg, when the leg breaks, the table will collapse. A table with multiple legs, when one leg breaks, the table may wobble, but it will keep standing. So you can imagine if you have 7 sources of income, if you have 15 sources of income, when one collapses, your life will still continue. So think of the table as your life and the legs as your income streams. Set yourself with multiple streams of income so that your life does not collapse if one fails. Having multiple streams of income is a necessity and not a luxury. Not everybody can run a side business, but everybody can invest. The least you can do is to invest to create an additional source of income. Maybe the final one I want to share with you is launch Operation 1 Million. And this is something I started talking about the year 2016. Between the year 2016 and now, people have come on board and they have made their first million. The whole idea about Launch Operation 1 Million is that everybody watching us, listening to us, whether you are a student, a carpenter, a tailor, a professional, a journalist, a photographer, everybody can make at least 1 million Ghana cedis. Watch that table. Let's look at this table. Look at this. Anybody watching us who can do 150 cedis every month, I am using 18% compounded quarterly. If you can do 150 cedis every month, within 27 years, you make 1.1 million. 300 a month, 23 years. 600, 19 years. 1,000, 16 years. 1,005, 14 years. 3,000, 11 years. 6,000, 8 years, you make $1 million. And we can go on and on and on. I was in a church and I asked, how many can do 150 every month? Go back to that table. The whole church. Then I asked, 300, 80% of the church. By the time I got to 1,500, only one woman. 3,000, the same woman. 6,000, the same woman. So I walked towards her. I said, you're a powerful woman. She said, oh, me. I only lifted my hand by faith.
No, but that's good.
What is the point I am making? The point I'm making is everybody will find your level somewhere. The challenge is that a lot of people want it to happen overnight. The financial independence journey is not a sprint, it's a marathon. You build it up little by little, minimum 5 years, maximum 20, 25 years. Everybody can become financially independent. But you do it through the concept of little by little and the power of compounding. Little by little, the power of compounding, the way it works is when you make interest and you don't take the interest. With time, the interest also makes interest. And with more time, all the interest makes interest. And the interest on the interest makes interest. And all the new interest makes interest. Whilst the old interest is making interest. And very soon, operation 1 million. John D. Rockefeller started working as a clerk, earning $3.75 per week. From this amount, he gave half to his church and saved 50 cents. It wasn't much, but it was the beginning. By the time he was 50, he was perhaps the richest man in the world. And the good book says, Proverbs 13:11, dishonest money dwindles away, but he who gathers money little by little makes it grow. Little by little. You don't need super income, you need steady income. You need discipline with a plan. Everybody can make it happen. You are consistent, you can make it happen. Look at some 2 levels I want to share with you, you can operate on. Level 1 is when you are committing something every month. Look at 100 cedis every month. Within 30 years, 36,000 will grow to 1.3 million because of the power of compounding. 200 cedis every month. Within 25 years, you cross $1 million. Within 30 years, you're looking at 6.5 million Ghana cedis. Look at 500 cedis every month. 500 every month. Within 20 years, you cross $1 million. Little by little, you have the culture of savings and then which election? Tell me, the year 2000. Yeah. You remember him very well. How many years ago? How many years? 22 years. So don't tell me 20 years is far. The point is whether you plan or not, 20 years will come. Look at 2,000 cedis every month. Look at 2,000 every month. Within 15 years, 1.7 million. Within 25 years, 10.7 million. Within 30 years, 26 million. Look at level 2, and that is why I want everybody to operate. Whether you have a lump sum or you are committing something every month, this is my recommendation. You got to make sure that you are increasing your investment anytime you have a salary raise. So I'll use just 10% increment every year for our analysis. Look at 200 cedis, but you are growing the 200 by 10% every year. So every year, so the next year you do 220 Ghana. The following year you grow it by another 10%. With that, within 20 years, you have 751,000. Within 25 years, 1.9 million. Within 30 years, 4.9 million. Look at 500 every month. The same concept. Within 30 years, you're looking at 12.4 million. 12.4 million. Remember, compared to the 500 when we were not escalating. Let's look at next quick. Yeah. So if we do 500 without growing it, within 30 years, we make 6.5 million. But when we do 500 and we are increasing it by 10% every year, within 30 years, we double to 12.4 million. Move on. Look at next one. Look at 2000, the same concept. Within 15 years, 2.7 million. 30 years, 49 million. Next. Now let's look at 20K plus 500 cedis every month. 20K plus 500 cedis every month. The same idea. Within 15 years, 963,000. Within 20 years, 2.5 million. Within 30 years, 16.3 million. Anybody at all can make your first million. You just need to be consistent and have a plan. Look at 100K plus 2,000 every month. Within 15 years, 4.3 million. In fact, 10 years, 1.4 million. Within 30 years, 69 million. Next. Special case. I know some of you are telling me, Paul, I am already 45 years. I am 50 years, and you are probably upset with me because I'm talking about 20 years and 30 years. Look at maximum of 15 years. 50K plus 1,000 every month. Within 10 years, 737,000. Within 15 years, you have 2 million. Look at the 100K plus 2K every month. Within 10 years, 1.4 million. 10 years. We are using the same concept. We are using 18%. We are growing the monthly contribution by 10% every year. Within 15 years, 4.1 million. Look at 200K plus 4K every month. Within 10 years, you're looking at 2.9 million. Within 15 years, 8.2 million. Maybe the final one, 500K plus 5K every month. Within 10 years, in fact, within 5 years, 1.7 million. Within 10 years, 5.1 million. And within 15 years, 13.8 million Ghana cedis. Can you imagine that? But you got to start early. Because the younger you are, the easier it becomes. The younger you are, the easier it becomes. Next slide and next one. Next one. If you would invest, I would recommend the EDC Money Market Fund, and I'll recommend it because of 4 reasons. 1, great returns. Number 2, liquidity. You can add and take out money anytime you want. Number 3, security. And number 4, convenience. You can walk to any EcoBank branch, or you can pick your phone or whatever right now, www.ecobank.com/swam, and you can sign on to an investment. Next slide. Look at this very important slide. When you are young, you have human capital, but as you grow, you got to build financial capital. Use your human capital to build financial capital. Anything is achievable. Financial independence is possible. These are 4 pictures taken at the same place: 1990, 2003, 2007, and 2017. That is the city of Dubai. That is the ruler of Dubai. The city of Dubai, the ruler of Dubai. Anything is achievable. Financial independence is possible. And of course, those who want to take this knowledge to another level, you can get copies of my books and read them. But you got to start now. David Chilton, the wealthy barber, says, the best time to plant an oak tree is 20 years ago. And the next best time is now. What he's saying is that if you want to see the benefits of a tree, you should have planted it 20 years ago. By now, the tree would have grown. You have the fruit, you have the shade and all that. But if you made a mistake 20 years ago, don't wait till tomorrow. Plant the tree today. And I say, the best time you should have taken the decision to become financially independent was 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years ago. And the next best time is now. Ladies and gentlemen, my prayer is that you will enjoy this short time. You will take the lessons we have shared here serious, and you will become financially independent. Make yourself proud. Don't forget, everything is created twice. First mentally, and the second physically. The first creation is in the mind, and the second one would happen. So in your mind, imagine and believe that it is possible to become financially independent, and the second one will follow. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
This was very good, Paul. This was really good. And there were a few things that I saved. I know that my colleagues here will be very happy. First one, romance without money equals annoyance. I had to write it down because very soon, if anybody comes around, tell me, my friend, you better have some money around. But poverty makes nonsense of intelligence. It's a very key thing. And money can do more things and more things. So stop procrastinating, stop giving excuses, and stop blaming everyone else but yourself. It is important. And the next best time to invest is now.
Is now, yeah.
Is now.
Yeah.
So please do not lose out on that opportunity. Quick one, by the way, there was someone who was asking that you're talking about 1 million Ghana cedis maybe in the next 20 years. 1 million Ghana cedis now in the next 20 years. Yeah. The value is not the same. So what happens? Because aren't you going to lose that value eventually?
Good point. So the value, the purchasing power will not be the same. That is true. But it's 1 million. It won't be 200,000. It's still 1 million.
Okay.
And the truth is that your life will be worse off without the 1 million. So it's better to have a 1 million with a lower purchasing power than not having it at all. But you see, when people come to us and you want to do a plan, you say you want to make 1 million, you want to make 2 million, you want to make 10 million. We know that you are thinking about the purchasing power of that amount today. Yeah. So what we would normally do is to use an inflation proxy to tell you that, okay, you want to make 1 million in 10 years. But if you want to have the purchasing power of 1 million in 10 years, then your figure is not 1 million. You need to target 1.5, 1.7, 2 million, whatever. We'll do the mathematics for you.
Okay, okay, I see. Anyway, someone says go over the website again, please. That's Amati Godfred. I think he wants some information on that quickly, and then we can wrap up.
Yeah, so I was saying that if you want to sign up, you can go to www.ecobank.com/SWAM, SWAM. www.ecobank.com/SWAM, or you can walk into any Ecobank branch and start an investment. The EDC Money Market Fund.
All right, thank you so much for speaking to us this morning. That earlier question about the money depreciating is from Levy Olive, and it's easier said than done, authentic Obobi, but at least start. Savings, here we come. That's Ijakwaba Esther. And Nana Sari says, that's always a problem. I advise you to give it a start or a walk, or walk the talk and break the chain of your phrase. Tough as it is, I bet you the end is better. Okay. Well, so many messages coming through, but thank you so much for speaking to us this morning. I would have wanted us to have like a full conversation on it, but time won't allow us. We've already learned enough from you, and we're all going to be investing. So you said what, 500,000 plus 5K is what?
You are interested in that one, Charlie?
Oh, I'm also raising my hand by faith. I don't have the 500K, but you never 5K.
Know. Within 5 years, you're looking at 1.7 million.
Hallelujah,
within 10 years, 5.1 million. Within 15 years, 13.8
We like
million.
the money. We will come and invest, don't worry. But Paul Kofi Mate has been speaking to us on the need to invest and not just save. And I think that it was worthwhile. I've learned a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And keep watching, because when we come back, we'll talk about how to build your career as well. All the things you need to know about how to write a CV and a lot of other things that you don't want to miss out on. This is the Vodafone Skills Fair. Remember that you can get a free website built for you by our online business, courtesy Vodafone. And so please let us know what business you're into and what exactly it is. Give us the details about this business. One person will get to win that. When we get back, we'll get into some more conversation. It's the Vodafone Skills Fair. #level up. We'll be back.
Sorry for the interruption, but due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided metal afemuntien kabo editui na mon shanenso for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice, 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe, 80 pesos for kenke tamai and your cow 1 cedi 50 pesos.
You know what? Just get me water.
For sachet water 30 pesos. For bottled water 50 pesos. Oh, moka has me Vodafone cash. I'm the free. I'm free. Metal.
Transfer charges. Bida. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy zero charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial *110# to send money today.
Hey, and you for this time.
Vodafone.
To data ebony day *700#.
BOY boy. Taxi. Ama is going home. Further together.
You can be part of a greater data world of endless possibilities on Vodafone. With the best value and amazing data offers and services in Ghana, you can now dream bigger, explore wider, go further, get more for less with Vodafone data.
We can do anything we put our mind to.
Vodafone. further together.
Sorry for the interruption. But due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided metal afemuntien kabo editui na monshanenso for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe 80 pesos for kenke tama any other cow 1 cedi 50 pesos.
You know what, just get me water.
For sachet water 30 pesos. For bottled water 50 pesos. Oh, moka has me Vodafone cash na mde free. Emfa free metal.
Transfer charges into bidda. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy zero charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial *110# to send money today.
Hey, and you fufu by this time.
Vodafone.
To data ebony day *700#.
Welcome back, and it is the Vodafone Skills Fair, and here at Vodafone we focus on growing with people, winning together. And if you're winning together, then you must have that winning attitude, and that's the next conversation that we're going to be having at this point. And of course, if you saw the flyer, then you realize that there's some top superstar that's supposed to join us today. I would have wished that we'll get him to do a few lines here and there to introduce himself, or maybe I can even do his lines for him if he wants. Maybe we can do a duet or something. But if you're watching right now, guess who's here? Stoneboy! Nice. Yo, what's up?
I'm fine, man.
This is where you give us a line or two. Don't do that to us.
Oh,
I want to hear something. Any of them. Are you going to do a freestyle with both of them?
I don't mind.
Okay, let's see.
But sometimes when you're on the spot like that, nothing comes to mind. You go into the archives and it's blank for 2 seconds.
So nothing is coming to mind right now? For 2 seconds. Okay, 1, 2, gone. Let's see.
Which one should I say?
Any of them.
Every woman is a superwoman, yeah. Every woman is a champion. We no be nobody if them know they our body, yeah. Yeah. Oh my yeah. Oh my yeah. Yeah, man.
Stoneboy!
Yes,
so good to have you here. And you always have that winning attitude when I see you. Like, I know how your story has begun. I mean, started from way back in the day up until now. You have grown so beautifully. But the most important thing is that you have a story to share. And that's what we all want to hear today. What has been your winning story? Like, if anybody comes to you and says that, what's been that winning factor for you? What would you say it is?
I'll ask myself, have I won?
You don't think you have?
Am I winning? I mean, it's a platform to actually be very honest.
Yeah.
And I think so far with the responses that I get from the outside world, I think I am winning.
You think so?
You know, and I trust so, because looking at things from where I started till now, you know, you can see difference and you can see growth in the right direction. You know, so first and foremost, I am very grateful to God for giving us all strength and giving us all wisdom that we have to apply. And here we are, just work hard.
Yeah.
And see, I've come to really realize that, you know, we actually control really nothing, you know. And if you see somebody who's like the richest person on earth, you know, most of the really, really, really rich ones, or those of the people that we see that they've made it, are actually really like humble and like, are you sure, really, you know? So I think most of it, you see it as they being very humble, but in its true essence, you wonder, you know, and that's where you realize that there's a figure there's a divine purpose on your life that it's you.
For you, apart from that divine purpose, what do you think has kept you going up until now?
The reality of life, basically, that I know where I come from, and I really do have dreams as well of elevating in life. And actually, once I elevate, I know it's going to directly and indirectly affect the lives of a lot of other people. So
that's what it is. But I'm sure that you do have some fears sometimes. A lot of people could be great, but they're afraid of failure. They're afraid of what could go wrong. So they're all stuck at one place, and they see everyone living their dream, and they're wondering, when is it going to be my turn? But I'm too scared to jump off that cliff. For you, when you get to that point where there's a fear factor at play, how do you overcome it?
That's right. What I have to really say is that you shouldn't be afraid. There is fear in everything, because before you get to a level that you haven't explored before, the unknown actually puts you in a certain state. You might want to describe that state as whatever state that you want, but I think most often it's fear, like what will go wrong if I jump this cliff? What would go wrong if I put all of my money, all of my strength, and it doesn't happen? And so on and so forth. But I can say that once you believe in the fact that you have been on the right path, the next level shouldn't be like you shouldn't let the fear overcome you. There will surely be fear, but you should overcome the fear. Don't let it overcome
you. In your line of career, what has been that one thing that's made you really afraid? Like that next hurdle you had to jump, that scared the living daylight out of you?
You see, the thing is, I'm reminded of a certain decision that I had to take at a point. There are two decisions that I had to take at certain points, which I really remember. I still remember that those are significant moments in my life, if you ask me a question as deep as this. I remember when I had to either move on with Black Arm, DJ Black. DJ Black, actually, this is probably the first time I'm saying this. DJ Black actually formed a record label for him to work with me. Black Bone.
At the beginning of your career?
That's why I'm sharing some secret with you. So at the time, I was either supposed to move with him, or move with Samini Music at the time, and then, go follow, learn, contribute, which eventually brought about High Grade Family. So that particular point in time was a point where I've had to ask for advice. And you see, so when you meet certain situations like this, you have to ask for advice from those that you really trust in and believe. So guess which people I asked the advice, because at the time I was rolling with them as well. I was sleeping in their couch at the time. Whenever I go to Accra, that was VVIP. Zil. Lazy is like a big brother to me in that manner. Zil and the other brother, the one with the tats, Promzi.
Promzi, yes.
Promzi and Zil. So it was at that moment when I asked them, I asked Zil, I told him this is the situation at hand. And Zil said, I think you should go here. Go with Samini them and, So that's how that was one of the most critical decisions I've had to make from that time. As in going with DJ Black and forming, they have time for you. It's just you, or you're going to be on the list somewhere, but it all has brought me here. So there are some vital parts. And then the second one would be when I was actually leaving High Grade Family as well. Not in any bad way, but we got to a point where it's here now. We have to, grow on. And so that juncture was also another one that was supposed to be well handled. And I think it's all brought me here. So these are some vital, moments in my career that I remember as significant. Any other thing, I don't fear.
You don't?
Bro, I just put up a Shaman to the World Festival, and it's happening on Saturday. Guess what? I called it a festival before everybody else got to know what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Right after the last one, I started tweeting it and say it's a festival. And it's a festival today because there's sporting activities. Like today I've been wowed. I'm like watching what's happening and I'm like, you know, I think I have the tendency to stand out of myself and actually observe, which is another attitude of somebody who is going to win. You have to be very conscious of yourself to take away yourself and watch what is going on, to be very honest. I trust myself to be a very honest person, you know. So when I saw what was going on, I was like, I couldn't believe, I really couldn't believe it, bro. Like, we are doing this right now.
Exactly, it's become a reality. But have you always had a plan for your brand, for your career? Or were you just, you know, making decisions as you moved along?
All right, I think it's in two ways. You would have a certain plan, and you still have to make decisions along the way. You know what I mean? And then there's God's plan.
Yeah.
So understanding these three, as and when you get to certain levels, is very important. So that's what I think you know.
There's your plan, then there are decisions to be made, and then there's God's plan.
Yeah.
And you have to work with all three to figure out your next move.
Like I said, there's your plan, and there are plans that you would make along the way.
You
know, and then there's God's plan.
Is that the advice you'd give to people? Because there are people who probably also want to get into maybe music, or they want to start their business, and they're wondering, how did Stonebwoy become big? Was it an overnight success, or did he really plan everything? And what should I learn from him so I can also be equally successful?
Yeah, so that's the answer. That's the answer. You can never have it all planned out. I don't know if they knew COVID was going to hit. Another school of thought will say yes, they did, because there are some super intelligence that runs the whole scope. But if they do, that's like 1% of 1%. How about the rest of us? So basically, people were starting to adjust their lifestyles. Companies were, individuals were, our mindsets were, you know, that wasn't planned. You know, and so that's an example of the reality of you cannot have it all planned. Just take it one day at a time, like people say, and people still use that to also mess things up. You know,
that's
so
the thing.
The same platform that gives the same opportunity you get that makes you, the same opportunity can break you.
As
so it's absolutely how you work it out.
But you need to be motivated so that even if you have a plan and things, you know, go a bit off track, you still know that this is my aim, I'm hitting it, and I'm going to make sure that I succeed. What has been your motivation all this time?
Seeing the positive in every situation, because every situation brings a negative and a positive. Every single situation, except maybe the straight positive ones and the straight negative ones that you know is negative, I have to dodge. It's a positive one, I take it. But I think, you know, there's one, you know, negative. Like, I mean, when we're in school, whatever the teacher put on the board, advantages, disadvantages,
exactly,
whatever they put on the board, advantages. So you realize that life itself is also somehow like that. There's no, you know, so I only go for the positives in the end. Not that I am forsaking the negative. I will learn from the negative, but I will dwell on the positive for my next move.
Exactly. And you've also talked about the fact that you need to seek counsel whenever you need to make a decision. Is mentorship a big deal for you?
I think it is. You see, sometimes I wouldn't sit here to say that I have intentionally sought advice from mentors. You know, like that would be me saying that I am too knowing that okay, I need a mentor. No, life is my mentor basically, and the people I find around me when I believe that they are older than me or they're in the same trade. Because at the time, with what I said, I was actually closer to Zeal and Promzi at the time. So looking at it, it's an opportunity that I saw as a divine opportunity. Because it so happened that within that period of time, these are the people I'm rolling with. So this is where the divine factor comes in, that we should most often look around us. There's that plug around our situation, no matter how bad it is, for us to actually use. So they were the ones I asked. If they weren't there, I tell you what, I didn't have any plan, there was nothing in mind for me to say, okay, I'm going to see maybe Obrafo, who was not close at the time. It wouldn't have come to mind to go. It was not in my mind, okay, this one that I'm going to ask somebody like this. No, I found them and I realized that, okay, they could actually be of help. Then but it's good to still plan to have mentors anyway. You can reach out. And I think it's easier to reach out lately because somebody can just go on a Twitter or maybe on social media platform and mention a handle, and luckily they may get a reply. So, you know, and be mentored.
But what do you do to constantly challenge yourself and your beliefs to win? And I'm asking that because sometimes you want to achieve something, but then there are other factors that sort of, whether it's fear, whether it's just people poking your head and making you feel like you're less of what you think you should be. Or people reflecting their own
insecurities and fears on you because that is what they know. So that's the advice.
How do you constantly challenge yourself to overlook some of these things and still have that winning mentality?
Seriously, you have to listen to yourself because, interestingly, there's something in us that speaks with us. For me, I honestly, I don't know about you, but this is what I trust. There's something in me that speaks to me. If I'm at peace with it, then I'm at peace with myself. You know, so you look inside of you too, because sometimes people will put their fears on you and tell you and give you a genuine advice because that is how it worked for them, or that was the outcome of what they went through. You know, but you can realize that only people who dare actually make a difference. That's true. And they are rebels, you know.
Are you one of those conscious rebels?
Yes.
You dare to be different, you dare to do things. But have you ever gotten to a point where you felt like, let me give up, I'm done, I don't want this anymore?
Yeah, there are points where you have to give up on certain situations and don't force them to be right.
Okay.
And that's how you find your way out. So if it has to be to give up, that is the point. That's what I consider giving up in my books. You know.
But what about music? Because have you ever woken up someday and maybe, I won't call it negative news, but just something that egged you so much and you're like, why am I even bothering myself doing music anywhere? I could have lived a very quiet life, enjoyed myself peacefully with my family and not have to deal with all this stress.
You get that a lot. You get that a lot. And it's easier and it feels convenient to say that at that time.
Yeah.
Because that is where you belong, you know. Somebody else would say, Marcel Desai was saying the other day, say, God, if I come back, let me be a musician. I don't want to be a footballer. I'm looking at him like, yo.
Have you said that too sometimes, that if I come back, I don't want to be a musician, I want to be something else?
Exactly.
Oh, you have?
Exactly. Just because, so I could understand. But that was like last week and I could understand him. But that's just because it's convenient and that is where you stand. And that is genuine as well. But realistically, after he would have said that, he would go back to be him because he can't change it.
So don't make emotional decisions. Would you say that to people in business based on emotions?
It depends on how you describe emotional decision. Because our guts, do they not form part of our emotions?
Yeah.
You see, sometimes your gut speaks to you and you make the best decision from there. So it's an emotional one, I believe.
That's why they say listen to your guts sometimes.
Exactly. I listen to mine every
all the time.
Because it's actually proven to be like, you know, and I consider it to be that voice that speaks within you when you have actually laid everything on the table and are really honest with yourself.
Yeah.
Because good and bad lives within, negative and positive lives within. You can actually, to an extent, advise yourself. Because I see that in kids. They are very innocent. And guess what? I might use this as an example. For the fact that there's something inside of you and that making an emotional decision sometimes really works. Because decision making only doesn't have to be put on your mind. Sometimes your heart, sometimes your gut, sometimes somebody says stomach direction, sometimes, you know, decision making is actually, I think it stems from a lot of areas. It doesn't just come from, you know. So you know what is inside of you, just be honest. And it takes you there. So I don't know, answering to that emotional decision making to be a no-no, I can't say no to making emotional decisions. Sometimes they do work, sometimes they don't.
Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Listen to your guts. That's what a lot of people would say, and have that winning mentality. It's important. They always say that the best person or the best thought you can have about yourself is thinking positive about you. But sometimes you're surrounded by so much negativity, Stoneboy, and it's difficult to see the best within you when everybody else doesn't have anything positive to say.
Exactly, because they reflect what they are on you. So then what do you have to do? It's as simple as moving on, cut them off.
Is it that simple? I've had about 2 of my guests say that same thing, cut them off.
May I just bounce back on how you asked it? You're saying you have a lot of people around you. Look at that. You have a lot of people around you, literally, who are filled with negativity. Look at that.
But you love those people regardless, you know.
Now you are adding
so you have hold on.
So that we can answer.
No, hold on. So let's say that the people that you expect to believe in you so much are the same ones who don't believe in you.
And do they express it in
They could express it in various forms.
How do they express their disbelief in you?
In various forms.
Do they
some could tell you, some don't even support you at all.
Exactly.
But these are people that you have close relationships with.
Thank you. So
how do you cut these people off that easily?
It might not be easy cutting people off because of the bonds you build with them over time. But what would you call a bond that has never been mutually, respectfully beneficial to both of you, where you find out that then you have yourself to blame, though? You see, some of these things we're saying is more theory. Practical is also different when applying it. But here you are being honest with the fact that they are reflecting negative energies. You know, one, remember that you have yourself to also talk to within, and then that also sits with you as a third party when you get certain information from the outside. So should you find out that it's easy, maybe it's not at a level where you cut the people off, cut them off. I mean, cutting them off also has ways and means of how to. You know, I've cut a lot of people off too, so, you know, it depends on how you do that. Some are family. It gets to a point where you just have to find a very nice way to stay away. It doesn't have to be nice. I don't mind. Sometimes it has to be harsh because that's how it can cut. Sometimes it has to be nice. But if it's the most honest way, I think we should all move away from things that don't develop us and don't impact. See, me, around me, if you don't push me or you don't inspire me, or you're not progressing around me, there's a definite definitely we are going to retrogress because I don't have to be the only one powering everything. There must be smaller sources that can also power. Should I be the bigger source? There must be smaller sources. Should I be the smaller source? I also should be able to contribute to a general, you know, growth of everybody in that circle. So you should be able to cut people off. If you can't cut them off, just move on and they remain where they are.
In winning as well, and exactly what Vodafone says, we're winning together. It cannot just be only you. There are a lot of other people who will be looking up to you, wanting your support, your help, to help them also get to that level. How are you giving back to these young people?
Ashaiman to the World is a very big platform that is doing just that, giving opportunities. It might not reach everybody because, trust me, even God cannot satisfy us as people. So how much more people will look up to, or people will think that we have been there for, so much so that they deserve, you know, they have to give back to.
Exactly.
So practically, I can tell you, Ashaiman to the World is one of those platforms musically and culturally that brings back that reminder of where I'm from, that brings entertainment back to them. It's become a festival. There's sports. It's when you take it away from that platform, behind it, you find out that there are a lot of marketing going on for different brands. People are making some 1-2-1-2. People are showcasing. So in totality, it's a solid, everybody is winning. You know, everybody's winning. And that's one of the things that I think I'm doing on that side. Personally as well, there are several things that, you know, are going on that, you know, I can't always put in the limelight or be, you know, because me naturally, I don't think I'm that person who wants to put everything out, especially personal things, except they come out naturally, which, you know.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see what you all are saying on social media. So Mono says, Bim,
And Caleb Niyama Amatifio, I asked that question already. He says, what would he have done? What did he do when he felt like giving up? We talked about that already. In life, you need to get a mentor. That's
may I add another thing to that giving up?
Okay.
Look, the thought of giving up never stops. So, look,
it doesn't
stop because at every level, you feel the weight. You really do want to give up sometimes. So as for that one, this is the reality. I'm speaking my truth.
Have you felt it this week?
Bro, my lord, this week.
How many times have you thought of giving up already?
Sure. Mine is tricky. I feel that when I'm winning the most.
Rather?
Yes.
When you're winning the most is when you feel you want or you need to give up.
That's when the giving up feeling rises the more.
How and why?
Yes, I'm just sharing a very honest, story to the masses out there. When I'm winning the most in the heart of, I can recollect when I'm on tour. I've just been on tour.
Yeah.
When I'm on tour, entering stage, flying big crowds and all, that is when I feel like, I feel like it can get better. That's me.
Yeah.
So for me, I've broken mine down into different perspectives, and I understand why. Because, like my guy was saying right now, he said I always say something that where I want to go is bigger than how far I've come, which is true. Because why? Just ask me why. It's as simple as I'm not being, they say, over optimistic.
Yeah.
No. When I sincerely speak to the man within, I'm grateful and I appreciate how far I've come because I'm ahead of a lot of people. Humbly. But there are a lot of people ahead of me too.
Yeah.
And the way I see getting ahead now, it's not the same way I see getting ahead before. So there are a lot of things that I know I can do, I should be doing, that makes me feel like, is it possible? Can I do it? Because I noticed the loopholes, I noticed the factors, the terrain that I'm in, where I'm from. And sometimes you feel like you should be bigger than this already. Doing the same thing other people are doing. You see what I'm saying?
But you're on the right track. I think you're winning. And I'm sure that everybody, of course.
We're winning. To wake up every day and have life, you've won.
Yeah.
Realistically speaking. If you die, then you're out of the race.
But sometimes you lose out on things that you really want. And then you wonder, is this even worth doing at all or not? What would you say to people who have lost?
Yeah.
They've lost something so vital, and as a result, they've lost hope.
Exactly.
And they're not sure if they want to carry on anymore.
Exactly. That's why the churches sell hope. That's why religion sells hope. That's why life teaches hope. You know what I mean? And the unknown actually has to make you feel hopeful because, one downturn and the next minute, it's a big win. And you'll be grateful for the downward turn because it was from that downward turn that big, opportunity or that big miracle happened. So if you believe in this, then I think you wouldn't be too weak when things are not working the way that you planned them, because you also have to know that there is a divine plan on your life. That definitely, that's what I believe. So I'm saying what I believe. What makes me win, that doesn't make me give up or see certain situations as the end, is that I trust that the plan of my life is greater than, it's good, it's a good one. So no matter how the turns go, I'm going to still end up at the best point. And practically things have happened to me that way.
This is deep. I'm enjoying this conversation, but messages still. Mentorship is vital. That's Tony Jojo Mensa. Level up, okay. And Mono, I think I asked the question. My question is, what keeps him going no matter what? Well, what is his inspiration? We talked about that. And I'm learning a great deal today. Thank you, Vodafone Ghana. That's authentic Obobi. And another one from Maltiti says, level up. Nijani says, level up. I have to be in lectures, but I'm enjoying this. Okay, that's Nancy Annan. And truly speaking, I'm glued using Vodafone. Indeed, they are rendering their social responsibility to the society. Very educative program. Level up. Change for tomorrow's leaders. Blaze Afo Kwabena with that message. Learning so much from the speakers. Many thanks to Vodafone. That's Imurana Mohammed Tijal. Sometimes those negative messages come from people around you, but they make you want to be better. I think it's not entirely wrong to have negative thinking people around you. That's authentic. Obobi Bim, please, what is your favorite part about this line of work and your least favorite and why? That's Lemuel Ogbobada.
We all know that privacy becomes an issue, you know, so you totally don't have your freedom, you know. So that's one of the things that I can relate to when it comes to being in the limelight where all eyes are on you. You know what I mean? And another part would also be that it's also for a period of time that, you know, it will definitely get to a time where, you know, we all grow, you know, so you get to a certain level where it's not the same.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of the things that we have to work on our mindsets so that it doesn't get to you.
Yeah.
Because we all have to grow anyway. So when you get to the next level, just understand where it is, you know, and build things to cushion you around that path.
All right. Isaac Tessa Jr. says, Stone, do people around you inform your thinking as a creative personality?
Yes, to some extent.
To some extent. Finally, from Albert Claude Kumse, he says, define yourself or describe yourself in 5 words.
Hey.
5 words.
5 words. I think I'm strong.
Okay, that's one.
Honest. Daring.
Okay.
Reasonable.
Strong, honest, daring, reasonable. Final one.
Interesting.
Interesting. What makes you interesting? What makes you interesting?
Yeah, am I interesting? Yes, I'm
Nika. Who is Nika?
I didn't want to say I'm funny.
Oh, you're funny as well.
No, I didn't want to. I think interesting is the right word. Interesting, like, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he interesting? He is, right? Anyway, I think I'm going to wrap up on this note. Beam to the world, always on point. Sense, level up is killing it. A new breed of change makers about to evolve in this country. The world should watch out. # level up. That's Nana Kweku Dako. Final words to everyone that's watching before we wrap up on this.
Okay. Final words to everybody watching.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much for being with us on this life's journey. When I say us, I mean on behalf of all creatives, musicians, both our predecessors and the ones to come in the future. I mean what I'm saying. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for listening to us. Thanks for sharing with us as your brothers and sisters, and continue to support us, because in the end, it's for us all. This is the part we play. We bring you entertainment, more specifically music, and, you know, we try as humans. So see us as such. You know, though we are stars, you made us stars, but we don't live in the sky. We live with you guys on here. So let's level up the meditation and level up the thinking and the thoughts. You know what I mean? That's one thing that's really important to me. Like, treat me like you would love to be treated. You know what I mean? And then make sure on Saturday, if I can use this platform, be at Ashaiman, come witness the Ashaiman to the World Festival concert happening on the 3rd of September. You will be blown away. God bless you.
God bless you. Beam to the world.
Yes,
and that is Stone Boy. I totally enjoyed this conversation, and I'm sure that you did as well. He shared with us what it means to have a winning attitude. And as he's winning, we're hoping that we can all win together. So please do not give up on your dreams. Don't give up on your aspirations. Do something about it today and make sure that you get to the top. Who knows? Maybe one day Vodafone will invite you as well to come sit here and tell us your winning story too. Thank you so much, Stone Boy.
Thank you so very much.
Career Clinic is next. We have 3 powerful women who'll be sharing with you what it means to build a career and build it properly. This is the Vodafone Virtual Skills Fair, and we will be back with some more. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption, but due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided metal afemuntin kabo editui namunshanenso for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice, 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe, 80 pesos for kenke tamai and the other cow 1 cedi 50 pesos.
You know what? Just get me water.
For sachet water, 30 pesos. For bottled water, 50 pesos. Oh, moka has me Vodafone cash. I'm the free. I'm free. Metal.
Transfer charges. Bida. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy zero charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial *110# to send money today.
Hey, and you fufu by this time. And yes, when you be
Vodafone.
Peleto data ebony day *700#.
BOY boy. Taxi. Ama is going home. Further together.
You can be part of a greater data world of endless possibilities on Vodafone. With the best value and amazing data offers and services in Ghana, you can now dream bigger, explore wider, go further, get more for less with Vodafone data.
We can do anything we put our mind to.
Vodafone. Further together.
Sorry for the interruption. But due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided wa obesumami bia metal afemuntien kabo editui na monshanenso for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe 80 pesos for kenke tama any other cow 1 cedi 50 pesos.
You know what, just get me water.
For sachet water, 30 pesos. For bottled water, 50 pesos. Oh, moka has me Vodafone cash. I'm the free. I'm free. Metal.
Transfer charges. Bida. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy zero charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial *110# to send money today.
Hey. And you fufu by this time. And yes, when you be
Vodafone.
Peleto data ebony day *700#.
BOY boy. Taxi. Ama is going home. Further together.
You can be part of a greater data world of endless possibilities on Vodafone. With the best value and amazing data offers and services in Ghana, you can now dream bigger, explore wider, go further, get more for less with Vodafone data.
We can do anything we put our mind to.
Vodafone. Further together.
Sorry for the interruption. But due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided wa obesuma me bia metal afemuntien kabo editui na mo nhye nso for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe 80 pesos for kenke tama and your cow 1 cedi 50 pesos.
You know what, just get me water.
For sachet water 30 pesos. For bottled water 50 pesos. Oh, moka has me Vodafone cash. I'm the free. I'm free. Metal.
Transfer charges. Entie bida. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy zero charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial *110# to send money today.
Hey, and you fufu by this time.
Vodafone.
Welcome back. It is still the Vodafone Skills Fair, and we've been on since 1 p.m. And honestly, I don't regret joining and being a part of the conversation because a lot has been learned from all our speakers, from learning how to invest to having that winning attitude to even learning how to start and maintain a business. It takes a long time for a lot of people to really reap the benefits, but once you know how to, figure out the ropes, you should be fine. And as you're running your business, you should also learn to know that, of course, the digital world plays a key role for your career and your brand. So learn the ropes, figure out how to run your business online as well so you can have all the clients from all angles and grow your brand further. But away from all that, I mean, as you're talking about building a brand, building a career, starting a business, how do you even get ready to start your career? So if you're going for an interview, what are some of the questions that you should expect and how do you go about answering them? Sometimes you walk into an interview and by the time you're out, you realize that, this didn't go too well. I'm not sure I'll get the job. And honestly, you never even get a call because you know you didn't perform too well. We don't want that to happen to you anymore. And that is why we've put together 3 of the best brains at the moment to teach us how important it is to be ready for an interview and to get that job and to run your career. So let me introduce them to you. Currently, the Human Resource Director at Vodafone Ghana. She's an accomplished human resource professional with over 20 years global HR experience leading transformational change in Africa, Europe, and the United States. And she's here with us. Hannah Ashokai Akron is here. It's good to have you.
It's good to have you. It's good to see you again.
Yes, it's good to see you again. I'll say yeah, right? But anyway, we're going to continue the conversation. Also, Dr. Irene Stella Ejeni Boateng is a highly qualified C-suite human resource management executive, offering over 31 years postgraduate professional working experience. Now, out of all these years, she spent 17 plus years in senior leadership roles as directorship levels. And so her other skills include mentorship, coaching, lecturing, and the effective implementation of the HR shared services concept. Currently, she's advisor of the Office of the Chief Executive of Volta River Authority. It's so good to meet you, ma'am.
Good to meet you too.
I hope you're well.
By God's grace, I'm doing well.
17 plus years. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot. Take that out of my age and now I'm a baby, but that's why she's here. We're going to learn from her. And also, Mary Bennett is our third guest on the show today. She's currently the Resource and Talent and Learning Development Manager at Vodafone, and she is an IFC LPI TPMA certified trainer, an ILM certified training and development professional with insights on discovery practitioner, and also a member of the CIPD. She's worked across a broad spectrum, by the way, of industry sectors: oil and gas, telco, IT, health, education. The list is endless. She advises and influences line management positions up to board level. And she's here with us as well. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Bella.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Thank you. I know I've read your profile and everything, but just tell us something that we don't know about you just yet, all 3 of you, even before we get into the conversation. So this is me interviewing you now. Let's see if you get a job.
I didn't see that question coming.
Yeah.
I was all ready to launch into
Let's see if you get the job. So what are you interviewing for?
I am interviewing for a TV host.
Okay, tell me about yourself.
So my name is Ashokai, and I have actually, on my own, in my room, been interviewing my mom, my dad. I actually have a video that I did a few years ago. where I wanted to hear from my dad, because I know that my dad was at the was there when Kwame Nkrumah announced independence for Ghana. So I decided to interview my dad about that experience. I sent it to my family, and the video became viral among my family members and my friends. And so I got feedback from that, and I've polished that video, and I would love to send that to you so that you view it and let me know your thoughts and see whether I have something going.
You haven't even played the video, but I've heard you already because I'm sold, literally.
Come up with something very
sold. No, so you haven't even recorded any videos?
No.
This is just a story you came up with?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so you see why she's an HR director. She knows the answers to give. What about you, ma'am? So, I mean, let's just say I'm interviewing you. How can I interview someone with all these years of experience? It's not an easy job, you know. But tell us a bit about yourself, something we don't know about you just yet.
Yeah, so what is it that you didn't know about me? Because I think you've read something that I'm sure is out there and everybody can see. But I'm somebody who has also worked across, many industries and sectors. So I started my career in the telecom sector, where I worked for 28 years, Ghana Telecom and Vodafone together. And then moved out of here, went into consultancy for 2.5 years in insurance. And in between there, I did my doctoral program, and then I moved into energy. But before then, I have also had a lot of things with education. So an adjunct lecturer, I still continue to lecture, in different institutions and all that. And so I think that basically what people associate me with a lot of the time is the telco. Yeah. Because everybody knows, my blood is still red. Okay. And so, that's Vodafone. Yeah. But I have actually had, this is my 4th year in the energy sector. Okay. And I went there as a director HR. I moved on to be a deputy chief executive for services in VRA, the Water River Authority, and my current role as an advisor to the chief executive. Wow. So, yes, I think maybe this latest development must be new to people.
It is new. But as a lecturer, you're a nice lecturer, you're strict. I want to know so that in case I meet you, if I go to any institution I meet you, I prepare myself.
Actually, I'm a nice lecturer. But I demand a lot, and I am quite into details. Yeah. Yes. So not anything wishy-washy. Okay. Yes. So yes, but I think that's who I am.
So if you meet her anywhere and she's interviewing you, you're in trouble. You better have your facts right. Better come prepared because she doesn't want any wishy-washy information from you. But Mary is here as well. Let's see if Mary is the. If she were a lecturer, would she be the sweet one, or she'll be stern as well? Mary, tell us a bit about you.
Yes. So, like I said earlier, you mentioned my name. I'm Mary Bennett, and I'm interviewing for the role of a career coach. Okay. It's my passion, and it's very much aligned to my purpose. And it came out of a place of frustration where I started in a lot of interviews. I started reviewing CVs. And I realized the little things that people, miss or overlook when they are looking for work. So I went into a place of deep reflection, and I realized that I wanted to spend a lot of time doing this. So I do spend a lot of my free time speaking to early career professionals mainly, but sometimes people across the whole employment value chain about employability skills. And my aim is to reach 1 million people in 5 years.
In 5 years?
Yes.
I see. And how do you intend to do that?
Oh, I do other people's platforms.
I see. So you want to use my platform, my organization, to reach out to the 1 million people. So it means if I don't give you this job, you can't reach out to the 1 million people, or you find a way. Oh, I'm interviewing you now.
Yes, so I use other people's platforms. So sometimes people reach out to me to come and speak on their platform.
I see.
Even last Sunday, I did a session on a WhatsApp group for a community of people.
Don't mind me. This is me just acting like a boss because this is my opportunity to feel like one. But exactly. when I asked all of you, I mean, this wasn't planned. But you all seem to have been prepared for it. A lot of young people go into interviews and they are not sure what they want to say. They are not sure about the questions. How do you really prepare before going in for an interview?
Yeah, so I'll take that. First of all, you have to know which industry you're going into, which industry which company you are interviewing with. Learn about the company. find people in the company. There's usually, if you go on LinkedIn, put in the company, it will let you know if you have any connections. If you have somebody that you know in the company, reach out to the person and ask them. If, let's say, the interview is in a couple weeks' time, ask them if it's possible to have a 5-minute or 10-minute informational session with an HR person or somebody who works in the organization. I've done that in the past.
Okay.
And what it does is it brings your name out there in front of the people even before they've seen you. Because when you're going in blind, you're going in with about 15, 20 people who are also interviewing for the position. Now, before you can do that, though, and let your name be out there, you have to have done your work. You have to meet the basic qualifications of the role. Every role advertised has its basic qualifications, what we call it. And then it has the preferred qualifications. Now, if you don't meet the basic qualifications of the role, chances of you getting the role, I mean, it's not likely.
Yeah.
And then beef up on your interviewing skills. What are some of the things that to do in the interview that will make you come across as a confident person who knows their job, right? And if it's a first-time grad as well, talk about the things that you have done in school.
Okay.
Talk about your leadership skills. Give examples of when you've managed teams, or sorry, not managed teams, of when you've worked with teams, and different things. Your CV, right, is the first thing that the people get. Make sure that you have done it right. A lot of people just have one CV for every job, and so they send that CV, be it to Christian was just here, so I'll say Peterman. They'll send that same CV to Vodafone. They'll send that same CV to Stella. But you have to look at your, so for example, the first sentence of every CV usually is the profile, a short sentence about you that people's eyes will come onto. Make sure that you're targeting it to that specific role. And then pick keywords from the job description and include them in the CV, because now a lot of companies are using AI technology. So, I mean, Mary will tell you she gets like 2,000 CVs. Now, the first step is the AI screening, right? So it doesn't even come to a human being first. So they will look at keywords in the CV. And then, so if I'm looking for, let's say, a research analyst, right? So research is in there. The technology is looking for, analysts is looking for certain things around that role. And then it will pick that CV and then send to, so if it's out for 2,000, it will pick, let's say, the 25 that have those keywords that I'm looking for. I'm looking for leadership, I'm looking for so and so and so and so. So I always tell people, look at the CV, look at the job description, and then tailor it to your CV. Pick the keywords, make sure they're in there. And then once you're given the opportunity to come in, give a good accounting of yourself.
Then all of us are guilty because we send the same CV around. This one says, send your CV. Oh, okay, please, I forwarded it to you via WhatsApp or via email. We never really change anything. You only update it when maybe you've moved to a new institution or it's a different year, so you have to go into, or your phone number has changed, so you go and update it. But I don't see people really changing, the information in there to suit the institution.
A lot of the information will be the same, but you can target it in such a way that your CV will be chosen.
Doc, do you want to add on to this?
Yes, so quickly to say that, yes, what she mentioned, generic CVs. There are people who have CVs in their bags. I mean, anywhere they will drop it, anywhere they have, they will send it online to you, just like you said. And we think that is one thing that we need to bring to the attention of young, job seekers. The other thing that I've also noticed is that, now we have either organizations or individuals who are supporting people or either writing CVs for, young people. And so you have very beautiful CVs. Like Ashokan said, you may have all the keywords that you're looking for in that CV. And obviously, it means that, you'll be called for that interview. But I've sat on an interview panel where even questions from that individual CV couldn't be answered. Clearly, it tells you that this is a CV that has been well prepared for him or her, and the person could not speak to that CV. And that obviously means that either there is a level of dishonesty or there wasn't adequate, appropriate preparation, because even if somebody wrote it for you, after giving all the data, I mean, I think that it behoves on you to do a refresher, kind of run through your CV before you go to that interview. Because look, everybody has a beautiful CV.
Yeah.
The reason you all 20 of you got to be invited is because each one of you is a possible, candidate for hiring.
Yeah.
And so if you think that because I've seen your CV and you have all the lovely things in there, it means that you are getting the job, you will be mistaken, because a lot more happens before an interview, during the interview, and even after. And so that is a sequence that young people need to appreciate. And be and the before, you are talking about preparation, appropriate and adequate preparation. So you must prepare in terms of researching about that organization, as has been said. What is it that they do? And then you research about the job role that you have applied for. Because the role in one organization, they may have that same title, but they may mean differently. And so you need to research into that particular role that you have applied for. Again, you need to make sure that before the interview, days before the interview, you've gathered all your academic, professional, whatever certificates, your CV, etc. together, and arrange them in such a way that when you get to the panel, you are not going to fumble and you are not going to seem disorganized, because they are asking for maybe your first degree, you've done 1,001 programs, you have so many certificates, you come like that. And then you are now flipping through, one, you are wasting everybody's time. Two, you are saying that you are very disorganized. And therefore, if the job that you need or you are asking for is a job that needs so much detail and, it must be just, then it means that this is somebody who cannot organize. Again, you need to have a CV that you have actually read through, all the grammatical errors have been corrected, all the details, because, I mean, you may have even written on your CV that one of your strengths is that you pay attention to details. And then I read, and then, there's so many, mistakes. Obviously, what are you trying to say? And so these are little things. Your biodata, your contact should be the current contact, because it is your contact, whether it's your phone or your email, that is what they are going to contact you on. What you have there maybe have been, like you said, centuries ago. And then they call you, they send you information, and they are not getting you. That is not a serious-minded candidate. Again, your referees is also important. That, in all fairness, if you have the referees and you have spoken to them that, look, I'm applying for this job and I'm putting you there as a referee. One, they have a knowledge of that. And again, you are able to put their details there. I don't know whether it becomes a bit of a style. It doesn't mean it is wrong, but some people will say, referee, is it available upon request? It is not entirely wrong, but it can work against you sometimes. Because assuming that, I have these 3 candidates and I need to make a spot-on decision, and I have others who have provided, I've been able to call them, they have ascertained that, all the information is right, all the nice things about you, that really gives you the job. I'm now trying to contact you, to contact some other people, to tell them you want to use them as your referees before I get that information, and then contact them. Do you know what timelines I'm working with? And so these are some of the little things. It doesn't mean that you were not a good candidate, but depending on what timelines I'm working with, it could go against you.
A lot to learn from what they've both said. But again, let me just go back to something Ashoka said about AI technology and the fact that now when you send CVs, it's not a human being that's reading it first. It is technology that's going through it. So aside the fact that it's not picking maybe those key salient points that, connects the CV to the brand values and, propositions, what are some of the things that they look out for that takes you out of the list that will eventually get to the human being?
So the most important thing is keywords, right? So they've said it all around keywords. And you need to look at the job description and make sure that those keywords are within your CV.
So that thing is really true.
It's true. The other thing is the length of your CV, right? And the biodata. Some people put pictures, some people put lots of images. So sometimes the AI can't even read it. So it automatically gets disqualified. Some people put tables. So you need to avoid all that. A simple 2 to 3 page CV works perfectly. It has to have the salient points. You don't need to tell us your personal information. The only thing, you don't even need a heading that says curriculum vitae. Your name is a heading.
You don't need that. Okay.
And contact details. That's it.
Wow.
Yes.
You don't need the heading anymore.
No. You just your name is the heading. You don't need to put curriculum vitae.
When was the last time you wrote a CV? I didn't even know that myself. So I'm learning, and I hope that you're sending in questions as well. But a very key question that I'm going to ask today, because I asked all of you to tell us about yourselves. In most cases, you walk into a room full of, executives about to interview, and the first thing they ask you is, what can you tell us about yourself? Where do I start from? What do I say? Am I now going to say I like cooking, I like fishing? What do I say? Maybe Ashoka, you start?
Yeah. I have asked that question, and I have so many different, people answering it very differently. I remember so well. I asked this question of a candidate, and my goodness, I think she went on for like 5 minutes telling me about her family and, where she's from, and mentioned all her kids' names. And it's sweet for the first 30 seconds, but, it's a 30-minute interview. So that is one of the best questions that you can get and that you can prepare for beforehand. Talk about, yes, my name is so-and-so, whatever you want to project in that first 30 seconds that you want to go in there. But then go into the reasons why I should choose you for the role.
Oh, just
because,
like that.
Yes, because it's your opportunity. Before I start asking you the hardcore questions, right? It's the soft question before I go into all that.
Okay.
So find a way to bring everything that you've done. So, for example, you're asking me that, so Ashokai, tell me about yourself. As you know, my name is Ashokai. I have a 10-year-old daughter that I adore. Now, that is to kind of break the ice a little bit, and, usually people will smile at that.
Okay.
And you want to build rapport with the person. So you've built that rapport. I have a 10-year-old daughter. She's so naughty, but I absolutely adore her. I'm a little nervous today because I'm so excited about this role. I've admired Vodafone for so long. Here are some of the things that I know, talk about. I was, very excited when you launched 4G. I saw how your CEO talked about reaching out to the communities. Your foundation is something that I follow, your Healthline project, so that they know that I know immediately you know about the company.
Yeah.
Now, over the last 2 years, I've been looking for a role like this. And so when I saw it, I was so excited. And I may come across as a little nervous, but please forgive me. I so want this role. I believe that I'm the best person for the role, and I hope that the interview will bring that out.
It's okay to admit that you're nervous?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It actually makes you come across as human. Yes, you've done your research.
Yeah.
You know you're going to kill the interview, but sometimes you're nervous. And a lot of us are nervous. I mean, even me, I get nervous. I mean, in situations like this, before I sat here, I had, little butterflies. It never stops.
Yeah.
So don't think that because somebody's out there, they don't get nervous. They do. And, it's good to have to be a little nervous. But sometimes when you tell the person that, they relax.
Rather.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I'm thinking that the interviewer rather picks on you because they feel you're nervous. And so let me keep, pinching that spot to see if she'll break.
Oh,
or
no.
she would actually,
We're good people
surmount.
at Vodafone. We don't do that.
Okay, but there are some people who actually do that. Doc, that's what I like it.
I think the point she's trying to make, is that, yes, don't go all proud that I know it all.
Yeah.
But don't also be so desperate, that, I've seen people at interviews that they are so desperately in need of that job that they even cry. Again, don't let your emotions override your better judgment.
Look, I haven't had a job for 10 years.
Agreed.
You don't want me to come and cry in front of you for you to understand that I need this job badly.
Yes,
I need this job.
Yeah. What happens is that, there are a lot of mistakes that, candidates make during the interview. And it could be one of them. The people who may want to use that as a tool to kind of break you down as a panelist. But the point is, after that interview, if I gave you the job, have I really, drilled down what I want to be sure that you are the best candidate? Or I was just so moved by the fact that, look, I haven't been working for the past 10 years. If that is an issue, I have to drill into what you have been doing in the past 10 years. And why that? And that is when people will feel that I can get you by, being so emotional. I think that we need to correct that. Like I'm saying, you don't have to be proud about, don't let pride overtake, but let the desperation, even if it is be in the way you are, anxiously answering questions confidently, creating letting it be that I've read about your organization and all that. I mean, people will go into interview, and some kind of sexist behaviors to win what kind of favor. Yeah. You don't know who is sitting there and their own orientation towards certain things. I mean, people go for interviews and, like you said, tell me about yourself. And she starts talking about, my dad is so and so, and that my uncle is honorable so and so, and that, people drop names. But remember that create your own glory and enjoy that. Yeah. Apart from that, you don't know the panelists. You don't know whether they've had some banter with this name that you are dropping, that instead of you thinking that it was going to be in your favor, it could work against you. Yeah. So there's a point at which you need to be very professional, but you still need to, relax, in your confidence. Let it be a relaxing moment where the panelists will also relax and have a conversation with you. I see. Because these days we say that when you come for interview, it's not like an exam, it's not like something that should keep you. It is a conversation. And we always start with that look, we are going to have this conversation. That is enough to relax you. Okay. Yes. Okay. That's enough to relax you. But again, if we're done with the interview, Mary, I'm coming to you. So you've asked me to tell you about myself. You've drilled me enough, and I'm not sure about a few things. Am I allowed to ask questions, or do I have to say permission to ask questions? Like, how do I go about it if I have to ask anything?
Okay. Most times, a very good employer would make sure that the conversation goes on, they get to understand you a little bit more, and then they give you an opportunity to ask questions. And so during that time, you could be taking notes. I've sat in our interviews where people take notes, so you could be jotting down anything that comes to mind. And in your preparation, you can actually also take questions, write down questions that you'd like to ask. Okay. But it shouldn't be questions that's easily available on the company's webpage or on the internet. It should be something that would be, that's deep, that would help you make a decision as to whether this is the right employer for me.
There's some people who want you to know that they know about the company, know about this. So they'll deliberately ask a question that makes you understand that, I can tell you know about this, but you're asking anyway. Exactly. Is that wrong?
It's okay.
It's not very wrong.
No, it's not wrong, but I think it's how you go about it and the way you say it. That's what's very
That's
important.
what makes it. Okay. Mary, are you done? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just going to say your posture about asking that question, because I think the important thing is that most good employees at an interview will ask you whether you have a question for them. I mean, as an employee. So I think it's something that it's giving you that window to showcase your, anything else you couldn't talk about. Yeah. And so you need to prepare. Sometimes before you get into the room, you have 1 or 2 questions, no more than 2, that you have said, this is what I'll ask them. And you must be correct enough to ask the right question that will generate, some good conversation. But you don't go, let's say, and I actually went to your website and, it's quite hollow. I feel that, so I think that you need to, I don't know what your corporate affairs, something, it may be, but how are you putting it, Some people go into the room and they ask culturally insensitive questions, they give culturally insensitive answers to questions. They badmouth their employer if they are already in employment. I've had an interview where, a young guy, and he talks about his employer so badly, and when you try to push, try it, and it's more like, you see, he keeps employing people of this same tribe, and therefore, and he feels that he's winning your favor by trying to say that he's been marginalized or, disadvantaged. But really, tomorrow when you are not with me, what is the conversation to the next employer? And there are also people who you must avoid introducing controversial topics. Sometimes unsolicited, answers, and then you introduce a very controversial topic. The whole interview, if you are not careful, could move into that conversation. And because it's controversial, you might end up not getting the opportunity to answer the questions brilliantly as you may have prepared. I see. And so you need to be very careful. And so for me, I always even advise that before you get into an interview, part of your preparation should be a rehearsal.
Okay.
Right. Rehearse, find somebody at home, try to, you know, the kind of question you can easily predict, you know, even your mannerism, your body language and all that. If you don't have anybody, I mean, your mirror is a good friend.
Your mirror is a good friend. Practice in front of your mirror.
Practice in front of your mirror.
Let me bring Mary back in, because there are times when they ask you a question, you know you don't know the answer. You don't have an answer. But you don't want to sound ignorant about this, you know, the issue that's at stake at the moment. So you try to give an answer, and sometimes you sound very hollow. What should you do if you don't know? Should you say, please, I'm sorry, I don't know? Or should you at least attempt to answer?
So for me, if I don't know, I'll be very honest with you. But what I'll do is that if I know a little bit about it, I'll bring it up.
Okay.
And I'll lead it into another conversation. I've sat in our interviews where you've asked questions and people don't know, but then they answer, they'll tell you they don't know, and then they ask and answer their own questions as well. And that's to their favor, right? They say it in such a way that you go like, that's quite interesting.
Yeah.
You know?
But you're asking me maybe about the company that I'm applying to.
Exactly.
You're asking me something that maybe I should have known. It probably skipped me. I didn't read enough. I should still admit that I don't know.
Well, your answer will reveal that you didn't know. So, I mean, it's better for you to couch it in such a way that say what it is that you know about it, knowing that, Charlie, this question I didn't really do well, so I better come on strong with the rest of the questions.
Okay.
I was going to follow up on that too and say that, so for a lot of companies, Vodafone is an example, we ask what we call behavioral-based questions, right? So it's questions like, tell me about the time when you worked with so-and-so company and you interviewed so-and-so politician. Tell me about, you know, your perspective on that. Or tell me about a time when you worked on a project that didn't go so well, right? Now, sometimes you haven't, let's say you're a fresh grad, you haven't worked on a particular project. You can say that, well, I haven't worked on, you know, a project with a company before, but what I've done is, and it requires you to be, you know, quick on your feet. So if you've worked, everybody in school has worked on a team project, right, with a team. So use that as an example. So say that I haven't worked, you know, I'm just fresh out of school, I haven't worked on a company project before, but here's what I did when I was in school, and here was my role, you know, here's what I played.
So you need to know that.
So,
should I send a thank you letter after the interview?
Well, it's always good to send a thank you email or letter. What I say is that it's also an opportunity, a last opportunity for you to showcase yourself to the company. So it's not just about, you know, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I look forward to hearing from you. You've wasted that opportunity. You've wasted that space and that time.
Okay.
So I would rather say, dear Shukai, thank you so much for today's interview. I learned so much more about the company, and here is something that I didn't get the chance to cover. If there is something that you feel like you didn't cover during the interview and will put you ahead probably of others, it's an opportunity for you to mention that. So take that last ditch, you know, attempt to impress the company.
Okay.
And make sure your grammar is right. I mean, she mentioned grammar during the during the CV. I mean, some people will tell you that, okay, CV, people make mistakes and stuff like that. No. You have to know me like this. No. It's a hard no for me, because you have had so many opportunities to go to your CV, get somebody to proofread for you. I mean, Microsoft Word does proofreading, and so there's just so many little mistakes that you shouldn't have done. That tells me that you're not serious about what you're doing. And then in the follow-up email as well, you send in, you know, there's a bunch of mistakes. I mean,
one of the things that a lot of people shy away from is salary negotiation, or mentioning how much you think you deserve in an interview. So I come and the three of you are interviewing me, asking me, so how much do you think we should pay you? Should I mention a figure or not? Because I'm not sure if what I'm mentioning is too low, too high. I mean, what should I do at that point when I'm asked?
Right, so I think that before I get there, let me just very quickly add this, because it's also quite important, that at the point where you don't have an answer to the question, or you don't know, right, honesty is very important.
Okay.
Be very honest, but like Mary said, you go about it in a way that shows that this didn't really catch my attention, maybe in my reading about the organization. But since you've asked, I think it will be a good learning opportunity for me. So if, I could be giving, just a tidbit about that. Or maybe I'll contact your HR, to learn a bit about that, because I think I'm very interested in it to be good. I mean, you are indicating that you are somebody who is ready to push, learn, and feedback, giving the feedback to you is not a challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, it will be better than, telling stories and trying to create your own question and wasting everybody's time.
I see.
Right. But in terms of remuneration, it depends actually. So if you are moving from one job into the other, so you already have a job.
Yeah.
You already know what your worth is with your current job, and you know why you are leaving. It may not necessarily be monetary, but maybe you are getting a bigger challenge. You are getting, some bigger responsibility. And so if you are, for instance, already in the job market, you need to appreciate the fact that the value that I bring on board to this new organization, what should it be? Should it be the same as, you're enjoying in your current place or your previous? No. Then we talked about researching about the company. I mean, you need to create a kind of contact where you can find, basically certain things, not asking details or they giving you details. I also believe that you need to create the right network. You always need to have the right network anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, your network is your net worth. I mean, so when we go into whether it's your old schoolmates or professional colleagues, and then, so I'm getting a new job. So Ashoka, I mean, I'm getting an interview opportunity with this organization. I mean, give or take, you can discuss it. It's more like, this is the offer that I'll put on the table when I'm asked. And you need to even know whether that offer is all inclusive. Are you talking about your base? You are talking about, your net or your gross.
Yeah.
You are talking about, other benefits. You need to understand all that, especially if you are somebody already in the job market.
Yeah.
But if it's a young graduate, usually they may be, like I said, desperate for the job. They are not sure.
Yeah.
But if you have asked questions around, sometimes the best for a young person who is a starter, because you don't want money to be the defining moment for you, you could say that, I believe that as an organization, you have your salary structure. And I want to believe that as a young starter, there is some kind of range for starters.
Yeah.
I haven't worked before. This is just after my national service. I would rather you look at what potential I have and then see what offer that can come from you.
I see. That's interesting. So at least there you have it. And for those of you who are asking questions, there's someone, Ifya Babi, she's asking that, what should I do if I miss an interview? Mary?
Okay. First of all, you should not miss an interview, but you cannot control everything that happens in life. And I have personally experienced it during COVID. And I was called in for an interview, and that morning I had symptoms that I thought was, I didn't get it though, but I thought it was COVID, right?
Yeah.
COVID. So I called the person that had called me about the interview.
Yeah.
I told her, unfortunately, I won't be able to make it because I need to, I spoke to a doctor first.
Yeah.
So I need to stay away from people, etc. And I also followed up in an email. So I asked that they reschedule the interview, and that was done.
Okay.
So it's important that you let people know ahead of time.
What if at that point you're unable to call because maybe you've lost your phone, but then there are other factors preventing you from getting to the institution for your interview? I mean, can you send an email later and explain to them that I went through this? Why is that sugar looking at me like... But I'm in desperate need of a job, and I was looking forward to this interview. I rehearsed all night, and the next morning maybe I was robbed. So I don't have access to the internet, I don't have my phones, I don't have my laptops. I'm already traumatized by this. And I had to probably visit a hospital or something, so I couldn't reach out to you. And I get out of the hospital a week later. I should be able to send you an email for you to understand. No?
I'll give you an example. So this wasn't an interview. So I was, I think it was Ghana Employers Association. I was supposed to go do a presentation for them at 9 a.m. In the morning, actually starting in the middle of the night, I felt so unwell. I was rushed to the hospital, was put on IVs. By 6 a.m., I knew that I wasn't going to be out of the hospital in enough time to make it for my presentation. So I started calling people in the office that, hey, this is the situation. Please, I beg you, reach out to, GA immediately, let them know that I can't. And then I got somebody on my team. I sent my presentation to them. No, I actually called my PA. I mean, it's not everybody who has a PA, but Amanda's great. I told her, please send my presentation to so-and-so that, and ask GA if it's possible for him to come and do the presentation. Now, the reason I use that as an example is that there's always people you can reach out to and let them know that I have such an important interview coming, but unfortunately I'm here, I can't do anything. Can you please reach out to this person? Here's their number, here's their email. If you've been called for an interview, you do have a contact, right? Because you've been talking to the people. So either you can text, WhatsApp the person directly and tell them that this is a situation, and you're currently completely out of it. You're in the hospital.
Okay.
But you're very excited. You've been so excited about this role. Can they please reschedule the interview?
Okay.
But leaving it until after, a day after, a week after, no.
Yeah, definitely. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to add to that, Doc? Yeah.
Add very quickly to that. When you reach out to them, maybe much earlier, if it's possible, it's an indication that this person is really a responsible person, right? However, the other side of it is that, assuming that the candidates that came, I really got my top 3. You could have been part of the top 3. Unfortunately, you are not there. 2 things will happen. Now I really know that I've zoomed into the person I'm looking for. Do I need to reassemble a team? All the cost and time to interview you? That's number 1. Number 2, would I not be wasting your time, especially because I may have taken that decision already because I've actually got the candidate. But what it does is that you've given a good account of yourself to say that in the event of anything or another similar opportunity, I could come back to you because you're a responsible person, right? So we need to be very sure that, in interview, for instance, like Mary said, all things being equal, you don't have to be late. Even before, normally a day before, you must get back to that contact to ask to reconfirm the date, reconfirm the time allotted to you, reconfirm the venue, because anything could have happened at their end also to change matters. And they may have even tried to contact you. For some reason, you may not have had the contact. So you thought that it was going to happen in the Vodafone head office. And they tell you, sorry, it's happening at Cantonment. Right. So if you don't set off early, if you don't try to do your things as much as possible to prepare, and keep the contact, you may be found wanting. And at that point, if you come late, I'm sure your rapport will evaporate.
And you see what I said, that Doc will be a very stern lecturer.
I am not.
She'll look at you like, why are you late? What are you doing here at this time? I'm done. I've selected my people already. But it's a very good advice that she's giving, because you never know. She might just consider, or they might just consider you for the next interview that may be coming up. Did you want to add to it, Mary?
I wanted to add 2 things. So I've seen people use social media to reach, like you said, they've lost the contact, so they've reached out to the people on LinkedIn. And the other thing too is that you're always 2 people away from the contacts you need to reach, right? So one thing I've realized is Ghana is also very small, and sometimes we talk, so we may share with someone that I'm going for an interview, and so you may go somewhere else, right? And the person will be wondering, how come this person did not get the job with this company? Just because word may have gone round, and someone might reach you and say, why didn't this person get the job, etc. So it's like Dr. Stella said, you need to make sure that you keep a good account of it.
Okay. All right. Just a quick one from Felicia as well. What's the difference between reference and referee in writing a CV?
So the referee is you're referring to the individual, right? And the reference is what they write about you.
Okay. Well, I think this has been very interesting. I wish we could continue quite a number of questions, but we have to wrap up at this point with this conversation. And of course, I hope that you've enjoyed this session. You've enjoyed today's edition of the Vodafone Skills
Fair 2022, hashtag level up. Doc, you want to say something?
Yes, I think there's something that we haven't talked about, and I feel that is important. The issue of attitude. I think it's a big thing for job seekers or for young people. Attitude, people have wrong attitude right from the moment, they want to even go into the job search. And sometimes they exhibit those wrong attitudes even at the interview. And so I think, certain misconceptions they may have, certain perception prejudices, passive behavior. I mean, you come to an interview and you sit in a kind of way that shows that, look, I'm actually not looking for a job, but well, somebody somewhere has asked. I think all these things, maybe another time we should zoom into attitude, because for me, I mean, I've been working for the past 36 years. I've been an HR person, and I see a lot of those things that perhaps it's our responsibility, I believe, to try and train them and get out of those kind of attitude. Some people, unfortunately, and I beg to say this, that they think that, either before or after the interview, find a way of, dropping a skirt or lifting a dress.
Yeah.
And they think that is a way of getting a job. And I'm sorry to say that that is totally a misconception.
Yeah.
No woman has got, I mean, as far as I know, it is wrong perception that women get to the top because they've dropped a skirt or because they've lifted a dress. No. So if you start as a young person with that notion, you may be, massaging wrong egos and compromising to win favors, and that will be the end of the game for you.
That would be the end of the game for you, yes.
Yeah. So to add something to what Stella said regarding attitude, so you get some people coming into the interview who are overconfident and have this whole attitude. Now on the other end too, you have somebody coming in who's like so low confident, and I always say that sometimes humility will kill us sometimes. I think as a culture we are brought up to believe that you always have to be humble, don't look people in the eye, don't talk to until you've been spoken to, and all of that. And so that translates into how we show up sometimes in interviews. Don't be overconfident, but you know your stuff. Don't be shy about talking about your achievements. Sometimes, and that's a big thing, we're so shy about talking about our achievements. We think people will think that we're too known, right? So, I mean, know your stuff and find a way to project that stuff without being overconfident. And there's a very, very easy way to do that. So don't be, so for example, I always ask this question about, okay, tell me about the time when you worked with so-and-so and what are some of the achievements? And 90% of the time, they start with, well, immediately. We did this, instead of them exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm not looking about you and Issy and Kwame and everybody else. I'm not interviewing them, I'm interviewing you.
You, exactly.
So, you can start by saying that, okay, so when we worked on this project, we achieved this. Now, here was my part in that. And then you talk about that.
Okay.
But every question that I ask you and you're answering with, we did this, it gives me the impression that you didn't actually handle that, and you're not going to be able to handle things for me.
I see.
Very passive.
Well, Mary, final words from you as well before we go. Any advice?
Yes, I think a lot of it, for me, one key thing I would just like to leave with everyone is mindset, because I know that sometimes, like you started off, people start looking for work and they get desperate and they start, so I think that your mindset is very, very important. And so for me, before I do any major thing in my life, whether it's, it depends on what you call major. I do what we call a Kylego exercise.
Okay.
So I talk about it as though it's happened, and I talk about the outcome, the expected outcome that I want. So I know people have different faiths, so you can tap into your faith, whatever you believe in when you're looking for work or whatever you want to do with your career. But most important, make sure that you have a vision and a picture of where you want to get to and speak life to that vision, because I believe that whatever you put out there is what you get.
Speak live to that vision and make sure that the next time you attend an interview, you are the one that's chosen for the job because you tick all the boxes, you got your answers right, and you remained, well, not humble, right? But at least fair balance. Yeah. Don't have attitude and don't expect that if you raise a skirt or a dress, that is what is going to secure you that job. It doesn't happen. And so please, just do what you have to do and make sure that you continue to win, you continue to level up. This conversation has been great. Thank you so much for teaching us a thing or two. And Nanaya Fosuhene, you kept asking about the salary negotiation, issue. We talked about it earlier, so maybe after this whole conversation, you can just go and replay this session so you get the answer for that. And Zerubbabel,
go through some of the questions that came up there.
Exactly, because Zerubbabel Selby was saying that we'll be glad if our questions are answered, even if not at the moment, but at least later. So please, that will be done for you. Yeah. So thank you so much. Let me say thank you to my guest again. So I've had Hannah Ashokanya Krong, and she's a Human Resource Director here at Vodafone Ghana. Also, Dr. Irene Stella Ejenim Boateng, over 35 years experience? 36. Ooh, 36. But at the moment, she's advisor for the office of the Chief Executive of the Volta River Authority. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, Doc. And Mary Bennett. Mary, of course, very excited about partnering with individuals and helping them, hone their talents. And she influences line management. She's also the Resource and Talent and Learning Development Manager here at Vodafone. I've enjoyed this session. Thank you. And I hope you've enjoyed today's session as well. It has been very, very good. In fact, I don't regret being a part of this, and I hope you haven't as well. Keep those questions coming. And remember that one person whose business has been projected under the comment section will have a website developed for that person free. You don't have to pay anything. And this is courtesy Vodafone All Business. Let me get that right. So Business Online by Vodafone. Business Online by Vodafone. But if you're also looking to have your website developed, it's not too late. You can call 020-182-6962 or send an email to businessonline.gh@vodafone.com. You only have to pay 150 Ghana cedis a year. The whole year, that's all you have to pay to have your website developed. And so if you don't get that free website development today, you can still pay and enjoy the services as well. Thank you again. Ladies, I've learned a lot from you, and the skills fair has been fun. So I hope you enjoyed. But quick one, by the way, we have a last session before we wrap up. So we have the Metaverse session, and in fact, the person who's going to help us do that is Fagani Tambiyuk. I hope I got that right. He is the head of connectivity policy for Africa at Meta. He has something for us for the next couple of minutes, and so please fix your gaze on the screens. Don't go anywhere. Take a look at that.
Sorry for the interruption, but due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided metal afemuntin kabo editui namunshanenso for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice, 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe, 80 pesos for kenke tama and your cow 1 cedi 50 pesos.
You know what, just get me water.
For sachet water 30 pesos. For bottled water 50 pesos. Oh, moka has me Vodafone cash. I'm the free. I'm free. Metal.
Transfer charges. Bida. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy zero charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial star.
Ma, appelle to data, ebony day, *700#.
BOY, boy. Taxi. Ama is going home. Further together.
you can be part of a greater data world of endless possibilities on Vodafone. With the best value and amazing data offers and services in Ghana, you can now dream bigger, explore wider, go further, get more for less with Vodafone data.
We can do anything we put our mind to.
Vodafone. Further together.
Further together indeed, and it's still the skills fair. Now it's time for us to speak to Fagani Tamboyuk, and he is the head of connectivity policy for Africa at Meta. He works with colleagues and a diverse range of other private and public sector stakeholders to increase Africans' access to and use of high-speed connectivity. Now, he works closely with various internal teams, industry partners, government stakeholders to ensure that Meta's connectivity investments, infrastructure deployments, and technologies are successful and have a positive impact on the continent. Fagani is passionate about ensuring all Africans can earn a living and improve their lives through the use of high-speed connectivity. He actually has a full presentation for us today, and he's just joined us online. Hello, Fagani.
Yes, hello. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you very much. How are you as well?
Yes, I'm doing very well, and I'm really delighted to be with you today.
Absolutely. I'm glad to be talking to you too. Now, go ahead with your presentation. What are we going to take a look at today?
Yes, so we're going to talk about the next evolution or the next iteration of the internet, which is the metaverse. And I don't know if the technical team could put my slides up. So I don't know if the slides are up. I'm not seeing them. So can anyone shout out if you can see the slides?
Okay. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm not sure. He's not responding to that, but I guess we
Yes,
should go
yes,
ahead.
I can hear you.
Oh, you can.
I can
Awesome.
hear you.
Awesome. Okay. So we should be ready at any moment from now. But maybe we can start a little bit of, we can go into it just briefly before we get into the presentation and the slides proper.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Yes. So I think a lot of us would have heard about the metaverse in recent months. And for us as a company at Meta, we're really passionate about it. We believe this is the next iteration of the internet. And it's really going to transform the way we live. It's really going to transform our lives. And as part of that, it's going to create a lot of economic opportunity and really transform livelihood and businesses across the world, including the continent. Yeah, so maybe we move on to the next slide.
Okay.
So we've been saying metaverse, but maybe we don't know what it is, or some of us watching in or tuning in, we might not have an idea of what this is. So basically, the metaverse will be a set of digital spaces, including immersive 3D experiences that are interconnected. It's going to be the successor of the mobile internet, and it will be a virtual environment where you can be present with people in digital spaces that are interconnected. Right now, when we engage with the internet, we do it through surfaces, whether it's your phone, your laptop, but with the metaverse, it will feel like you're inside the internet rather than looking at it through a device. And really, the defining quality of the metaverse will be that feeling of presence. It will feel like you're right there with another person in another place. Right now, I'm speaking to you. I'm at a conference in Zambia, and you can tell that I'm not there with you. But within the metaverse, it will seem like I'm right next to you. So that's it. Really, the next step in the evolution of the internet. We move to the next slide, please. And the next slide, it shows you how technology has evolved over the past 5 decades. 50 years ago, we had site-specific computing in the form of mainframes, and that's what our parents or grandparents used when using computing devices. Then in the 80s, we started having dial-up connectivity and the occasional access to the internet with personal computers and laptops. By the 2000s, we had continuous access to the mobile internet through smartphones and tablets. And we then got phones with cameras. The internet became more visual and mobile. Connections got faster. Video became a richer way to share things. Now we having this engagement with me connecting with you through video, and that's because the internet has become faster and we can do some of these things. So it's clear from the slide, you can see the clear evolution. We've moved from mainframe to desktop to web to mobile. We've moved from text to photos to video. And really the metaverse will be the next logical evolution of this technological trend. It's going to be the next generation of the internet. It's going to be more immersive, so you feel like you're in there in the internet. And that's where we're going. And as a result of this transition or this evolution of the internet, there will be a lot of impacts. There will be a lot of changes with the way we work, with our livelihoods, with our businesses, with the economic opportunities that emerge from that. And really, it has, looking at it, if we think about the way the internet transformed our lives, it has that same potential. It's going to really transform our lives. And on the next slide, it's showing you some of the pillars or the things that are required for that within that metaverse ecosystem. And there you're going to see that there will be a lot of opportunities that will come out from this metaverse ecosystem, whether it's people working or engineers working on devices. You don't need to do a lot of engineering to enable this metaverse, or even the creators, so the developers, the software engineers, all of these technical people, the people that are involved in commerce, they'll be able to leverage the metaverse. Fashion, you would have spaces or metaverse environments that would be all about fashion, or even the platform. So you'd have platforms around identity. How do we ensure that the people that we're talking to in the metaverse are actually the people we want to speak to? Things around payments. There'll be a lot of commerce happening within the metaverse. How do we enable these payments? Connectivity. So connectivity is that foundation, that bedrock upon which the metaverse will be built on. How do we ensure that Ghanaians have access to the best speeds, the best internet to enable them really thrive and fully experience the metaverse? So these are some of the pillars that would emerge as a result of the metaverse being developed and going mainstream. And we anticipate that there will be a lot of jobs that will come out from all of these ecosystem pillars. If we move to the next slide, another core technology that would really that is really an essential building block for the metaverse is augmented reality. For those that are coming across this technology for the first time, augmented reality is a technology that overlays digital images or animations on a user's view of the real world, thereby enhancing or augmenting reality. So I don't know if you've seen the animations in the slide, but you see the dinosaur walking on the table and children learning about dinosaurs, or you even see engineers using augmented reality to work on a project. So right now, augmented reality is real. It's present in the world. This is not sci-fi or futuristic. We already have this technology mainstream or being used across the world, including in Africa. And you can access augmented reality images through a variety of devices, including smartphones, tablets, and so many others. And beyond, and the applications are vast. So we've seen applications of this technology in things like commerce, in entertainment, but it's also being used in education, like with the children in the slide learning about dinosaurs. It's being used in healthcare, in training of workforce, and a lot more industries are leveraging this technology. If we move on to the next slide, we'll talk about the other essential building block of the metaverse, which is virtual reality. or VR. Virtual reality is the use of computer technology to create a simulated environment which can be explored in 360 degrees. So virtual reality creates that sensation of you being present in a virtual, three-dimensional environment, allowing you to interact and manipulate objects, as we can see in the slide. So you see how someone is learning about the planet and is able to interact with these images, or even see. So those are some of the things that these technologies will allow you, that immersiveness, that sensation of you being present. Imagine if I was connecting with everybody on this talk today through the metaverse. We would be far apart across Ghana, across the world, but we'll still feel like we're present because we'll be together in that virtual, immersive environment. And again, it's like augmented reality. It has the potential to really transform lives. It's going to transform education, for instance, workforce training, healthcare, civic engagement, and so on and so on. Imagine learning about the independence struggle of Ghana and you not having to just read it on books, but due to us creating that environment, that virtual environment in the metaverse, students can actually teleport themselves, put on a headset and teleport themselves and see Kwame Nkrumah really trying to negotiate and fight for our independence of Ghana. So this is how it could really transform education, and there's so many other ways it could really transform the way we live, businesses, and generally our lives. And if we move on to the next slide, I'm just trying to it's just trying to tell us that of the enormous or the vast economic opportunities that will result as that will come or emerge because of the metaverse. And these are opportunities that maybe our youth today in Ghana or across Africa are not really paying attention to, or taking or really taking the necessary steps to harness these opportunities. There will be economic opportunities for digital creators. So we'll have a lot of talented youth in Ghana, and they will need to upskill themselves to harness these opportunities that will come from the metaverse. We'll have a lot of opportunities for small businesses, for brands. And really, a recent report by the analysis group estimates that the impact of the metaverse 10 years from now after adoption would contribute, it's estimated to represent about $40 billion of growth, or 1.8% GDP of growth within the sub-Saharan African economy. So this is massive, and it's really important that our youth today build the skills to start harnessing some of this economic opportunity out there that will emerge from the metaverse. If we move to the next slide, I'll just give you a sense of some of the things that we're doing at Meta and upskill or equip the youth in Africa, in Ghana, to start harnessing some of these opportunities that would emerge as we continue to build the metaverse. Recently, we partnered with an organization called Africa No Filter to really develop a multi-pronged initiative designed to support existing creators to develop content using augmented reality or virtual reality technology. And we've done this through grants, through mentorship, through capacity building. I think when we launched the initiative, we received about 1,000 applications, and we had to do a selection, and 6 finalists representing a diversity of creations ranging from music, multimedia to films and sculpture were selected and benefited from this program. We've also recently launched the AR/VR Africa Metathon. So those in Africa that have listened to this talk and are excited about augmented reality and virtual reality, please do reach out to learn how you can participate in this Metathon. It's a call for all of those that love creativity, are innovative, and love learning. It's an opportunity to get hands-on experience in AR/VR design and development, and meet others in the community that are willing or keen to learn and create with AR/VR. And it's going to be hosted physically in 16 countries, Ghana being one of them, and virtually across Africa. And participants would benefit from would have access to learning materials, mentors, master classes, workshops, in short, it's going to enable you build the skills to leverage or to build using augmented reality or virtual reality technology and start building to solve the problems of Africa. And if we move to the next slide, then we also have our immersive learning where we've been able to develop a Spark AR program for young adults, students, creators, developers, and entrepreneurs to build skills for the future of work within the metaverse and become part of that global community that are pioneering in this space. If we move on to the next slide.
I'm the head of education here at Johnson & Johnson Institute, and our responsibility is to train surgeons all around the world. Today, we have a real problem that on a global basis.
Yes, sorry about that. I think we went too quickly. But I think the previous slide is very important because yes, in this slide, I think what I just wanted to share with the people on the online listening to us is that with this augmented reality, virtual reality, the metaverse is not something that is far in the future. It's actually here today. We already have a number of companies across the continent working in this space. So these are just some of the logos. We have Immisip 3D, they're based in Nigeria, Black Rhino based in Nairobi, Electric South, a South African VR company. We have 5D VR, we have Paradise Games and AAG building extended reality solutions in Cote d'Ivoire. So across Africa, we have a number of companies, of startups, innovators, creators that are leveraging augmented reality, virtual reality, building the skills today to harness that economic opportunity that will emerge from the metaverse. So yes, then I'll end this talk with a video that shows you how this technology is being leveraged to in various work sectors, how that is transforming the way we work, how that is transforming business. So we can move on to the video now.
I'm the head of education here at Johnson & Johnson Institute, and our responsibility is to train surgeons all around the world. Today, we have a real problem that on a global basis, there's not enough access to safe healthcare because we don't have enough surgeons trained. VR tools like Oculus can help us solve this global crisis.
With Oculus and VR, it's allowed us to really shrink the time in which we can put somebody into an experience. We can now immerse them into hundreds of different actual life scenarios. So from day one, they're providing much more empathy to our customer. And so at the end of the day, it's allowing us to provide a better experience.
At DHL Express, we ship around 5 million shipments a week. And to do that, we have to build what we call unit load devices. And this is where VR is invaluable. We can send people into an immersive world and they can be safe and they can go through the process of building this unit load device. And that's where VR really works for us as a business.
So the potential for AR, VR in our company comes back to our core business, which is meeting the world's energy needs with highly complex operations. Fundamentally, the most important commitment ExxonMobil has is to operate our facilities safely and reliably around the world. This technology helps us ensure we deliver on that commitment.
In our industry, our operators are exposed to daily tasks that are extremely high risk. With VR, we can get them prepared and trained for those tasks. If that helps us save lives, it's paid for itself.
So at Tailspin, the whole point of starting the company was to take advantage of what's possible in VR and how that was going to change the workforce. For us, Oculus is part of our origin story.
We were lucky enough to collaborate with Tailspin and really be the first in insurance that we're aware of to use this kind of technology.
The biggest barrier to proper use of simulation within healthcare is not one of realism and fidelity, it's one of access. It is an incredibly powerful technology that will affect us from Los Angeles to New York to Western Africa to Southeast Asia.
I actually think Oculus and virtual reality is going to be the way that we train many, many parts of our healthcare systems around the world.
Oculus enables DHL Express to scale up any implementation around the world that we've never been able to do before.
Standalone headset, because the total cost of ownership is less, allows us to touch a lot more people. We can move it around, we can get to more people, and in the end, impact a lot more of our employee workforce using this technology and the power of it.
And it's critical that we have partners like Oculus to create that wonderful platform where we can then deliver our virtual reality content to anybody, anywhere, and at any time.
All right, Fagani, thank you so much for your presentation today. Thank you, thank you. I'm just going to, can you hear me, by the way?
I can hear you, and thanks again for the opportunity.
Well, quick one, by the way. So Zerubbabel wants to know, how do we get these equipment? I mean, yes, this is a virtual presentation, but how do we get hands-on skills with the equipment?
So I think the first thing we should do is look at the different resources that I shared during the talk. So the Spark AR course that I mentioned, those are things that you can already do with existing equipment that you have, your laptop or your phone. So you could actually learn how to build those skills in developing those augmented reality skills, technology skills, using your existing infrastructure. And also, like I mentioned, the Metaton, which would be hosted in Ghana. We would have people really come together and learn more about what's possible in Ghana, what are the resources available to you, what are the skills that you can learn. You'll have that, you'll be able to build that community, network with people and learn from each other, and as well as all of the online resources that will be shared through those Metaton talks, whether it's the physical one or the virtual one. So I think those are great places to start. And then once you have that started, you start building the skills. Once you start knowing more about the technology, you'll be able to source the equipment.
Okay, all right. Is there any social media platform for Metaverse? That's Nafiu.
So I can't hear you, sorry. I think sorry.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So Nafiu wants to know if there's any social media platform for Metaverse.
So it's being built. Different companies are building their own platforms, and that's why we think as a company, we don't believe it's going to be one company that will build the Metaverse. All companies, all people would have a part to play. And think of the Metaverse platforms or environments as websites of what we have today. So today, anybody in Ghana can build their website. That's what we're aiming for. We want the people in Ghana, the youth, the innovators to build the skills, build your own platform. You can market your skill, whatever you want to show with your platform, and also get people to appreciate the skills, the culture of Ghana through whatever you build. So right now, different companies are building their platforms. As Meta, we have our own platform that we're still building, and I can share links to that, more information about that later on subsequently. But again, the call here is that we shouldn't, as Africans, we should be able to build the skills that we can build our own Metaverse platforms.
Mr. Edunyakwa wants to know, can this technology be used in the legal space? And if yes, how?
So it's for her to tell me. It's very early days.
Okay.
And what I would say is that it's still very early days, and now it's for us to determine how best we build the technology and build the Metaverse. So just off the top of my head, I can see us using this within the legal space as us creating maybe legal courtrooms in the Metaverse, and if everybody has access, then maybe you don't need to travel thousands of kilometers from Kumasi to Accra to be in court. You can actually connect and be there in person and really take part in those court cases. So even during education, so we learn about cases in the past of how the cases that form our jurisprudence. So you might be able to create reproductions of those in the metaverse. And rather than you reading it in a book, you could actually watch the court case within the metaverse. That's because it's been reproduced and put on the metaverse, and you can learn and hone your legal skills by observing people doing this reenactments in the metaverse. So really, it's up to us. It's up to how innovative we are and how we leverage these technologies to build the metaverse.
All right. Thank you so much, Fagani, for speaking to us today. Fagani Tamboyuk. Yes, and he's the head of connectivity policy for Africa at Meta. It's been a pleasure, Fagani. Thank you. Thank you so much. And on this note, we draw the curtains on the 2022 edition of the Vodafone Skills Fair. We started off this conversation by having a welcoming note from the CEO of Vodafone Ghana, Madam Patricia Obonai. And right after that, we spoke to Amayao Deborah on how to build a digital brand. That was also very insightful. We had Christian Boachi, who is the CEO of Pizza Man and Chicken Man chain of restaurants in Accra and Kumasi. And his session was real, like it was as real as it could get. He was telling you the bare facts about becoming an entrepreneur, what you need to learn, what you need to avoid. And one of the major things that he stressed on was the fact that if you have people around you who do not buy into your dream, then it's time to move away from them and surround yourself with the people that really understand your vision and also accept your dream. And so please focus on that. Stoneboy was here after that. He also shared with us what it meant to have a winning attitude and a winning personality. Please don't forget the nuggets that he dropped. Also, if you're walking into an interview, what are some of the do's and don'ts? We heard from Hannah Ashiokanya Krong. We heard from Dr. Irene Stella Jenim Boateng. And we also heard from Mary Bennett. And to wrap it all up, we spoke to Fagani Tamboyuk, who did a presentation on the Metaverse. So all in all, I think it's been great. Thank you so much for staying with us from 1 p.m. up until this point. I think it's been insightful. And for all those questions, Ashoka has promised she's going to take her time and respond to all the ones that were not responded to during the live session. But until then, keep using Vodafone. My name is Bella, and I'm so glad that I was your host for this year again. And hopefully next year, God willing, if we have life, we'll all be back again for another session of the Vodafone Skills Fair. Please go ahead, win, continue to win. Let's win together with Vodafone. Love you all. Good night.
Abushafo, sorry for the interruption, but due to the acidic content of the atmospheric weather condition in the economy, I have decided metal afemuntien kabo editui na monshanenso for wache metal 1 Ghana cedi for jollof rice 1 cedi 20 pesos for gobe 80 pesos for kenke tamai and the cow 1 cedi 50 pesos.
You know what, just get me water.
For sachet water 30 pesos. For bottled water 50 pesos. Oh, moka has me Vodafone cash. Nam dia free. Mfama free. Metal.
Transfer charges. Entie bida. Switch to Vodafone Cash today and enjoy zero charges whenever you send money to all networks. Yes, sending money is free on Vodafone Cash. Only e-levy applies. Dial *110# to send money today.
Hey, enti fufu by this time. And yes, when you bini, usika nashe.
Vodafone.
To data ebony day *700#.
BOY boy. Taxi. Ama is going home. Further together.
You can be part of a greater data world of endless possibilities on Vodafone. With the best value and amazing data offers and services in Ghana, you can now dream bigger, explore wider, go further, get more for less with Vodafone data.
We can do anything we put our mind to.
Vodafone. Further together.